Broadfield Distributing is a value-added distributor of live production, streaming, video editing, and storage products. We only sell to resellers. We are always looking for new dealers. So call us at 1-800-634-5178 or email sales@broadfield.com. You'll like doing business with Broadfield because we make it easy to do business.
Something wrong locking this on? Aren't I supposed to hold?
Hi everyone, my name is James Tian, CEO of Ikan, and I'm excited to welcome you to InfoComm 2025 in Orlando. Our booth this year is 7760, and there we will be showcasing the latest in broadcast technology, and most importantly, the convergence of our broadcast technology into the AV world and the AV workflow. What that means is that we will be showcasing our entire line of power over Ethernet lighting. A single RJ45 cable is simultaneously powering and controlling a suite of lights designed for broadcast excellence. Next, we will be showcasing a brand new product called the Studio Rover. It is an all-in-one mobile broadcast solution. In close partnership with Bigfoot Mobile, we will be showcasing this product, which essentially is a mobile AV cart, and mounted on top is a motorized pedestal and a teleprompter system with PoE lighting. So imagine an all-in-one studio in a box. And last but not least, we are showcasing a suite of NDI-enabled monitors and teleprompter systems. At Ikan, we are forward-thinking and leading the convergence of broadcasts into the AV world. What that means is the deployment of power over Ethernet technology, NDI, as well as automation through our partnership with QSYS. We are excited to see you at InfoComm 2025. Thank you.
Most of us expect life to run smoothly, but we don't stop to think about what it takes to make that happen. Most of us don't have to. We forget about the people up and moving before our alarms go off. The people behind the innovation and logistics, the creativity, and the know-how. The people who connect rural communities with essential services, who work tirelessly to build, connect, power, and protect our lives. But The world isn't always predictable, and unexpected challenges demand creative solutions. We rely on those willing to brave intense environments and gather the resources that fuel our daily lives. We don't have to wonder about the ins and outs of life, because that is what Wesco does. We provide innovative supply chain solutions every hour, every day, all around the globe. Our people roll up their sleeves and help create a world you can depend on, focusing on the details, the challenges, and the unexpected, so that you can live life uninterrupted. Wesco. Ingenuity delivered.
Is this what your standard Zoom or Teams remote coaching session looks like, where you are just stuck in a corner? It's time to transform your remote meeting with Reactive Pitch and take your coaching sessions to the next level. Reactive Pitch makes you part of the presentation and helps you stand out. With Reactive Pitch, you can present one file at a time, combining you, your brand, and your content into a perfectly balanced view. Change perspectives anytime and own the spotlight. Don't just show the content. With Reactive Pitch, you can ink, highlight, and interact with your content, creating an engaging remote coaching experience and help your audience focused. And guess what? You can even showcase mobile devices to demo an app and present content straight from your phone. Record any message and share it by email or social media. Best thing is you don't have to change anything. Reactive Pitch works with your existing video conferencing platform. Just click Screen Share and pick Reactive Pitch instead of the content file. That's it. Get started today with our 30-day free trial. See how easy it is to make your remote coaching come alive with just a few clicks.
What if you could have an effortless Microsoft Teams room solution with Sure's best-in-class audio, auto-configured for you with intelligent video? Now you can with IntelliMix Room Kits from Sure. Ready to deploy, easy to use. For richer collaboration, powered by high-performance audio and enterprise-level security and management for small to large meeting spaces. Now let's get your whole team together.
Most of us expect life to run smoothly. But we don't stop to think about what it takes to make that happen. Most of us don't have to. We forget about the people up and moving before our alarms go off. The people behind the innovation and logistics, the creativity, and the know-how. The people who connect rural communities with essential services, who work tirelessly to build, connect, power, and protect our lives. But the world isn't always predictable, and unexpected challenges demand creative solutions. We rely on those willing to brave intense environments and gather the resources that fuel our daily lives. We don't have to wonder about the ins and outs of life, because that is what Wesco does. We provide innovative supply chain solutions every hour, every day, all around the globe. Our people roll up their sleeves and help create a world you can depend on, focusing on the details, the challenges, and the unexpected, so that you can live life uninterrupted. Wesco. Ingenuity delivered.
What if you could have an effortless Microsoft Teams room solution with Sure's best-in-class audio, auto-configured for you with intelligent video? Now you can with IntelliMix Room Kits from Sure. Ready to deploy, easy to use. For richer collaboration, powered by high-performance audio and enterprise-level security and management for small to large meeting spaces. Now let's get your whole team together.
Oh, there we go. As long as nobody wants to kill me.
Most of us expect life to run smoothly. But we don't stop to think about what it takes to make that happen. Most of us don't have to. We forget about the people up and moving before our alarms go off. The people behind the innovation and logistics, the creativity, and the know-how. The people who connect rural communities with essential services, who work tirelessly to build, connect, power, and protect our lives. But the world isn't always predictable, and unexpected challenges demand creative solutions. We rely on those willing to brave intense environments and gather the resources that fuel our daily lives. We don't have to wonder about the ins and outs of life, because that is what Wesco does. We provide innovative supply chain solutions every hour, every day, all around the globe. Our people roll up their sleeves and help create a world you can depend on, focusing on the details, the challenges, and the unexpected, so that you can live life uninterrupted. Wesco. Ingenuity delivered.
Whatever happened to predictability? The milkman, the paperboy, evening TV. You miss your old familiar friends, but waiting just around the bend. Everywhere you look, everywhere there's a heart, a hand to hold on to. Everywhere you look, everywhere there's a face of somebody who needs you. Everywhere you look, everywhere there's a heart, a hand to hold on to. Everywhere you look, everywhere there's a face of somebody who needs you. When you're lost out there and you're all alone.
Hello and welcome back to AVIXA TV Live at InfoComm 2025. So the show has officially begun and the doors are open, the attendees are rolling in and the booths are buzzing. I'm your host, Sarah Cox, and I'm thrilled to be joined once again with my co-host, Samantha Powell and Ben Thompson here in Orlando.
Thanks so much, Sarah. It's so great to be back. And as you mentioned, the energy in here is absolutely electric. And we've got another jam-packed show for you today. We'll be highlighting even more interviews from industry leaders, cutting-edge technology, and bringing you some spectacular sights and sounds from InfoComm. So, Sarah, how are you doing? How's your voice? How is your feet? Tell me, how's the show going for you so far?
You know what, the voice is doing okay, but already the feet. It was a late night programming to get the booth up and running, so really excited. But the feet are a little bit sore already.
Yes, you were here late last night putting everything together. Oh,
we were, but it's totally worth it.
Wonderful. Yes, your booth looks amazing. And yeah, same here with the feet. I've given up on the heels, so it's all flats.
You've given up
I
on
won't
the
let,
heels.
yeah, thankfully people at home don't know or hear.
Oh no, you really have given up on the heels.
Yeah,
They look like really comfy football there. Good choice.
We'll bring them out for all of the evening events, but it's just amazing to see the show coming together and
definitely.
the hall's just so full of people, and it's just an amazing experience. I'm so happy it's officially here.
It is. It's super exciting. So let's kick off. So we're going to kick off today's show with one of our partners who helped us bring this very studio to life. Joining us now from Ikan are CEO James Tian and Channel Account Manager Daniel Napier. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Thank you for having
doing?
us.
Yes.
How's it going so far?
Busy so far. We're at this end, so the traffic is slowly picking up. But yeah, it's really good customers through so far.
So it's awesome to have you here again with AVIXA TV, and you've partnered with us before. Can you give us a brief overview of the company and what you provided for the set here at InfoComm?
Sure, absolutely. So we are a manufacturer of traditional video broadcast equipment. We're based in Houston, Texas. We were founded in 2005, so we've been around for 20 years now. And this year for AVIXA TV Studio, we provided a suite of our broadcast panel and Fresnel lighting. We provided some traditional DMX 512 lighting, as well as our new cutting-edge Power over Ethernet lighting that is controlled with ArtNet, SACN, and QSYS.
Wonderful. And I know right now we're seeing a huge trend from, driving from traditional broadcasting to more IP-based broadcasting, if you will. Can you speak a little bit about that trend that you're seeing and what's pushing that trend and how is that working for both content creators and organizations?
Great question. It's a big deal for broadcast. We've been running on baseband for decades now, moving from SD to HD baseband. The big change to IP has a lot of benefits for both the installation and integration process, as well as the end user and the use case. So in terms of integration, it effectively allows you to scale into network-based infrastructure in a much easier way than baseband. Things that are network-based is centralized, whereas baseband is still, line-to-line communication. So that's a huge benefit. For the end customer, it's really about automation. when you can tap into the power of IP-based workflows, you're able to augment your production team to be able to offset a lot of the traditional processes into software, right? And that's a huge amplifying effect for our end customers.
Wonderful. So what solutions does Ikan have to meet specific needs and constraints that, say, corporate education environments face when setting up a broadcast studio?
Yeah. Traditional broadcast, and we're talking about call letters, right? That is Ikan's bread and butter. They have dedicated teams of people. They can build a studio to their heart's content in terms of size and footprint and height of the ceiling. Corporations and a lot of education, they're limited by the footprint of what their existing facility can have, right? Oftentimes we're seeing drop ceilings. Oftentimes we're seeing that they're just taking an existing room or area of the building and trying to convert it. And so because of those constraints, what we've done is we've designed a suite of lighting that's powered over Ethernet. The beauty is that these are low voltage lighting. And not only that, but we've designed some of them to be extra low profile, so they can be installed in the drop ceiling. The CAT cables can just go into the network and just directly, and again, it's IP-based workflow, so it can talk directly to the building and all the infrastructure that's already built into that existing footprint.
Powerful.
Wonderful. And can you dive a little bit deeper into what makes that power over Ethernet lighting so beneficial? Because you have so many organizations. They may not be as large. I think you were sharing with us a Home Depot, build out that they wanted to turn, what area into a broadcast studio, but not every organization can do that. So can you tell us the benefits of that power over Ethernet lighting and how that helps out with on a smaller scale?
Absolutely. So first and foremost, if you're talking about a corporation that's looking to retrofit an existing space, the process of obtaining a permit to be able to properly, power the ceiling and install lighting could be a deal breaker. Depending on your city or state or region, the permitting process can be very difficult. We had that challenge. We moved into a new building, but the electrical diagram of the building that we moved into, even though it's a 10-year-old building, was lost. And so we had to hire electricians to redraw the entire grid. It cost a lot of money. And then we had to go through the permitting process, which takes time and money. And oftentimes that could kill a project. Power over Ethernet means it's low voltage and it's permit free, right? So you can have the integrator go directly into the studio and build it as soon as they're able to schedule the time slot to start the installation process. The other benefit of network-based control systems is the automation, right? Traditional television have the benefit of a crew of people in the control room to operate the switchers and the light board. Corporations may not have that luxury, so they're going to have their AV team feel comfortable with operating broadcast equipment, and the only way they can do that is if there's enough automation in the workflow for them to hit pre-programmed buttons or virtual buttons on a touchscreen. And so those are some of the challenges that we saw in our corporate customers and what's preventing them from adopting broadcast, because they all want to create better content in-house, right? But it's the workflow, it's the learning curve that oftentimes is the constraint.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I know it firsthand from some of the work I've done in XR. Corporate broadcast, there is a huge skills gap for some of this technology. So what kind of solutions are you looking at to really help bridge that gap?
Well, let's outline what the challenges are. It's kind of twofold. So it starts with the system integrator. The system integrator historically has been more AV focused. So some of the larger ones are more clued up to this emergence of AV and broadcast, but there are a lot that's still very traditional, working on conference rooms, working on breakout spaces, so they don't necessarily have the core skills to understand the broadcast type workflows, the connectivity, the protocols, the equipment. So there's got to be some education from the SIs to bring people on board to educate. Until that happens, there's going to be an ongoing struggle at the SI level. Even the bigger companies tend to have only one or two people that have that knowledge. There is a skill shortage because when people leave with that skill set, it can take an employer 2-3 years to join the SI to bring that knowledge in. So that is one fundamental problem that I can identify. The second challenge is the equipment that's been sold into the corporate environment is way too technical. You know, we're going, I'm not going to mention names, but there's some big brand products here that are great for broadcast, but they take, you know, someone a couple of years of knowledge and experience to operate. You're putting a broadcast piece of equipment into a control room where that person's day job might be communications, and expecting them to understand all the nuances around audio levels, switching, best practices. So I think the second issue is how we address that, and that is simplifying some of the solutions that go in, and it has to be training. You know, I've put in many an installation in where I would come back 2 or 3 times to give the local customer best practice training, and that did somewhat help. The problem is it's not something you can just drop in and drop out. It takes time because people, if it's new to them, it's going to take time to absorb that information.
Yeah, it really does.
Wonderful. And if we, you know, get it to a point where that technology is easier to use, and as this demand for high quality in-house video production continues to grow, where do you see the role of corporate broadcasting evolving going through the next years? And how is Ikan preparing for what's next in this area?
There's really no limit to corporate and adoption of broadcast and video workflows. I mean, think about in any given city, you may have 3, 4, 5, or 6 TV stations, right? And each one of those may have 1 to 3 studios. Think about how many businesses are across America in every city, right? In every high-rise building, how many different businesses. I mean, there's some stats that I have learned, just the amount of just corporations that want to produce content, as well as live communications, right? You're talking about conference rooms that are being converted with broadcast level lighting products like ours, including teleprompters like what we're using right now, right? It helps to improve the marketing and sales experience, right? You have a sales force that want to go in and deliver just a A+ quality presentation. Guess what? A teleprompter is going to let that team you know, speak as if they memorized the sales pitch and the script on cue without having to do that, without having the prep work that's necessary because of the benefit of a prompter. And so those are all traditional equipment that we're streamlining through IP workflows, through automation, so that that's all going to be user-friendly, right? You know, a salesperson, a marketing team, they're not going to want to go into a control room and click a lot of buttons and touch a lot of faders. What they want is simple, you know, touchscreen automation. And so that's what we want to deliver for them. We have a great partnership with QSys. We've released official plugins for our lighting, so our entire lighting system can be, you know, programmed into presets based on events, activities, based on even people in the room and who those people are in the room. So that's already in use, that's already in the market, and we actually use that in our own studio because that's, you know, it makes things so much easier. And then when we can layer that with teleprompters and video switching and PTZ cameras, I mean, that really is gonna deliver that high quality experience for customers that don't have to learn how to use the equipment, right? The salesperson, the marketing person. Once they have that, the adoption of the technology, the usage is going to make the ROI a lot more sense. And so we're excited about that near future for us and for the corporate market.
That's fantastic, and I hope, and I assume you have all of that technology at your booth here at InfoComm, so people can come by and check it out. In addition to coming by to our studio as well.
We absolutely do. We have a great sampling of the technology. Our booth is 7760, and we have beyond the lighting. We've talked so much about some of the other equipment, including teleprompters and studio control systems that are represented. You know, the future of corporate broadcast made available today.
Really exciting.
And can I just add a quick comment? I think the other thing that we as a company are looking to do is offer more training. We already have an AVIXA approved lighting course with 4.5 credits. So we need to work on some others like studio etiquette, studio production workflows, designing studios. I think if we can share that knowledge to the industry, I think everyone's going to benefit from it. And
I love that.
So that's something that we are going to be focusing on over the next year or two. So the lighting course is already available, and you can reach out to Ikan, and we may be able to run a specialized course for individuals, but certainly growing that content is very important to us.
That's fantastic. Wonderful. Great point, Daniel. Thank you for wrapping that up. And thank you both for joining us today and for all of your support on the AVIXA TV booth here. We wish you a very successful rest of InfoComm.
Yes.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, coming up next, let's head over to the virtual set. We'll take a closer look at how AV is protecting people and property in mission-critical environments, with a spotlight on security innovation from Palin. Ben, take it away.
Well, thanks, Sarah, for the introduction there. Look, as you see around the show floor, there's a lot of different industries that the pro AV industry serves. Healthcare, hospitality, security is one of those. And to talk about that is my favorite Canadian, Mr. Drew. Drew, thanks for coming on the show with us today.
Oh, thanks for having me, Ben.
You know, Drew, what's interesting is if you look around, you see a lot of the logos hanging from the ceiling. It's the same logos you might see at a security show like ISC, GSX. A lot of the names are similar, but I'm curious, how are you seeing from an integration standpoint those two industries crossing over?
So I've been in the AV industry for about 30 years now, and the past 3 years I've joined Paladin Technologies, and they've joined, and part of that is, they've got a heavy presence on the security side. So what I've come to learn in those 3 years is the audio visual and the security are very similar as far as the transport, but when it comes down to the security protocols, the level of security required for all the different components, the regulations that are required, that's probably the key differentiator there.
You know, one of the things that jumps out too, we talk about kind of expanding beyond just the AV or the IT department. Security brings in facilities management, CSOs, CTOs, all sorts of different places. How do those stakeholders contribute to the buying process in the security industry?
Yeah, so when it's just AV, most of the time we're dealing with just the technology manager. So, you've just got a single stakeholder. But when you're dealing with security, there are additional layers, there are additional stakeholders, including like the authority having jurisdiction. So whether that might be, the city or the country, whatever those regulations are for the security level.
You know, one question that I do have as we continue to expand is you talk about compliance, right? Whether it's TAA compliance, BAA compliance, there's a lot of manufacturing and cybersecurity standards. What are some of the conversations and compliances that people need to be aware about whenever they're maybe from the AV side entering the security side?
The compliance is just next level compared to AV. You would not believe the amount of restrictions, even according to how the data is transported. So, we can't have data leave the country, or we can't have data leave the facility, for instance. So there's so much, stricter control over where that information is being, transported, where it's being shared to.
Well, and how does that translate to the buying process, right? With those layers of compliance and approvals, does it expedite things? Does it bring in a lot of stakeholders maybe outside of the core buying and purchasing decision? Does it extend procurement? I mean, how does that impact the buying cycle in the security industry?
So just like in AV, there are a ton of different manufacturers out there. It's the same thing in security. There are an absolute ton of different manufacturers. Each one of those manufacturers, how they integrate with each other, that becomes a little bit of a challenge on the security side of things. So how are these devices all going to communicate with each other?
You know, Drew, last question. Whenever we think about, the manufacturers that you mentioned who are crossing over from AV into security, what are some of the things maybe as an integrator you would ask for from a manufacturer? Because you've got a heck of an audience here. What are some of the things that you would make the ask for?
The one great thing about AVIXA and InfoComm is there is this international standard, the CTS, the CTSI, the CTSD, and now the Audiovisual Network Professional, the AMP. There isn't that level of broad certification on the security side. It's very much compartmentalized with all the different manufacturers. So on the security side of things, we just, it would be great to have more of the manufacturers get together and form that organization that can have those, internationally recognized standards.
Well, Drew, I know we've got a lot of folks with a lot of questions. How can people reach out to you if they have any more questions for you?
Yeah, probably the best way is just look me up on LinkedIn. I'm right there under Drew Lobley, and there you go. Just send me a LinkedIn.
Well, I'll tell you, Drew's doing some great work in security and AV and is an incredible voice as we continue to cross those industries over. Also, I feel like we just did more for the Canada-U.S. relations maybe than any of our politicians did.
Oh, I don't know. I think maybe the Edmonton Oilers are going to win this year. So
I don't know. They beat my Stars, so I don't know. We got some clapping over here. Shout out to the Rouse folks, also Canadian-based. Another organization who's based in Canada, Cirque du Soleil. We had a chance to go behind the scenes with them. Check it out.
For the last 4 decades, Cirque du Soleil has pushed the boundaries of live performances. while utilizing AV technology to captivate audiences. Here in Orlando, they've partnered with a brand you might be familiar with to tell the story of Drawn to Life.
This show specifically was a really fantastic melding between our partner Disney and Cirque du Soleil, and telling a beautiful story and sort of reimagining the art of animation. And in that, we chose 3D mapping, projection design, very modern, beautiful lighting design, as well as a lot of spatial audio. And that combination, along with Tate's automation system, has allowed us to integrate all of our show systems together.
There's always a light on stage. We have a single light at certain points, but he never wanted to go dark on stage. So we have a very large rig here. We have about 510 moving lights and other various lights in the rig. We're intertwined with the projections department quite intimately. They can trigger the lighting console to take cues over here. We are also triggered by the audio department to take certain cues. People always say, what's the most important part of the show? Is it lighting? Is it rigging? No, it's all of us.
Well, of course, it takes a village, as they say. It takes a whole team, in addition to everyone who is moving things around behind the stage and helping to get all the performance on and off with all of their props and costumes. The effect that you want the audience to experience is a seamless thing where everything is working together. In order to do that, the projections and the lighting and the audio system do speak to each other. So there are places in the show where projections and lighting operators may be listening to the band leader and they're listening to his calls. He's reacting to the action on the stage, he's moving to the next piece of music, and all the rest of us are following along with that. So as the next thing happens, the next bit of action happens on the stage, all of the lights and all the projections and all the music follows that seamlessly.
So we have 32 projectors for the show, 26 Boxers, and 6 Christie M Series. So overall, from the projection standpoint, what we do is we control all the projection mapping of the projections onto these surfaces. We have 7 moving sheets that fly in and out that have tracking Copernicus on them, as well as some house sheets that fly in, 6 house sheets that fly in as well. And we're tracking objects as they move and using video to actually interact with that. So at one point, we have an aerial pencil artist who is drawing with a pencil live on stage, and we're tracking his pencil as he's moving, and he's actually erasing the stage and drawing a black pencil line along the stage as well, and things like that.
With the clever use of tech, the team at Cirque combines all the elements to make the experience safe and enjoyable for all.
I love looking at the audience at the end of the performance, and I usually find, I pick out one family in particular that just catches my eye at the start of the performance. It just absolutely it tears me up, because the joy that they see, that escape from the reality and going into this wondrous world, and to see the technology support that kind of storytelling and that kind of drama is absolutely astonishing. I love it, and you can't get enough of that.
Wow. Sam, didn't you go and check that Cirque du Soleil show out?
I absolutely did. It was breathtaking. I don't think I had jumped in my seat so much. I laughed, I cried, I did the ugly cry. If you're here in Orlando, it was the ugly, trying not to let people know that you're doing that.
It looks amazing.
But yeah, it's a great integrated tour. So if you're in Orlando, go check it out. You're not going to be upset that you did.
Great stuff. Okay, so up next, we are joined by Barco, an industry leader known for pushing the boundaries of video technology. So welcome, Garrett, and Ted. Welcome.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you.
How are you guys doing? How's the first day holding out for you?
Very busy, as usual.
So far.
Well, you get to sit down and relax with us for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So look, let's kick off. We saw your big announcement yesterday about partnering with several major players in the LED space, some of whom you've historically been competitors with. So what's driving this new collaborative strategy, and how does it align with Barco's direction in the LED market?
All right, so let me comment a bit. So as Barco, we are more than 30 years in visual technology, being it the projection, rear projection, LCD, LED, in the typical Barco markets. Now, if we look at LED, especially in narrow pixel pitch LED, there is a very fast evolution ongoing, and it has to be in order to cost down the technology and to mature the technology. With a recent move to chip on board, MIP, Later on, chip on glass. You have a lot of acronyms in LED world. There's a huge investment involved, and we see quite a consolidation in the number of players. So we believe for pure chip on board manufacturing, there are probably less than a tenfold of players who are really manufacturing the chip on board technology. Now, with this context, as Barco, we believe that we should complement each company's strengths instead of rebranding and putting it into the market. Now, knowing that, Barco has a long history into the image processing, the LED processing. We go back 25 years. It has been deployed indoor, outdoor, entertainment, enterprise, large pitches, small pitches. So we have a huge build-up intellectual property in that domain. So it's far beyond image quality only. It also involves the way you calibrate in the production line, the way you optimize your full system if you add it on with controlware. So that's a real strength of Barco, that especially combining with our controlware, that we really want to step into, focus on that one, and combine with strengths of other companies in the LED industry.
Well, I was going to kind of add on to that the pro display industry is under transformational growth, and the LED is on the rise. By 2028, LED technology is going to be 55% of a $40 billion market, and that is being driven by this evolution from packaged technologies to LED like SMD and IMD to unpackaged, which is chip on board and chip in glass. So there's going to be less and less vendors in the industry, suppliers from, it used to be thousands, now it's a couple hundred, to where it's going to be, as Harriet mentioned, it's going to be 10 or 12, maybe 15 at most. And so companies, brands need differentiation. They need to find special, unique solutions that target unique vertical markets. And I think this is some of what Harriet and team have been doing with this new product strategy.
Wonderful, and it sounds like you guys really know what you're doing in terms of those partnerships. And from a practical standpoint, can you just share with us how all of those new partnerships that you were speaking about, how are they structured? And what does working together actually really look like behind the scenes?
Okay, very good question. So actually we call it LED Alliance model. It actually means Barco will integrate its image processing technology on the chip on board, MIP, whatever, technologies of LED partners, LED Alliance partners, which were announced yesterday. So it will become available on the platforms of the partners. We can, of course, combine it, let's say, from a system point of view with our controlware, but that's how the alliance is being set up. Now, there is a win for every stakeholder in this game. So for Barco, we give access to our customers to state-of-the-art LED platforms. For our LED Alliance partners, first of all, they get a boost on the image performance on their platforms, and of course, they can grab a part of the Barco business in the LED domain. When we start to combine with our controlware, actually we optimize the full system, which is for the system integrator, the end user, also a step up in this complete game. And finally, due to this LED Alliance, we make our image processing technology also available for markets where Barco is not present. So in that way, we have a wider coverage of, let's say, the huge IP we built up in the last 25 years.
Great. Well, so Barco's InfiniPix, if I've said that right, processor has been, it's been a key part of your LED offering for many years. Now, what sets it apart, and why should integrators or end users pay close attention to the processing behind an LED video wall?
Okay, so on the InfiniPix, again, it's a 25 years accumulation of deployments and expertise into the market. We can club it in 3 categories. One is, of course, the image quality. So we have a 23-bit processing, which gives you the colors that you want to have no matter what brightness level. And Barco knows colors from the cinema industry.
Yeah.
We have, let's say, a sub-1 frame latency that we have out of the simulation industry, which is very convenient for gaming, but also to avoid smearing and tearing effects. And of course, we have the Barco scalers, which are also being used in projection. And for instance, if you can scale SCADA content, you can scale a lot of content. So that's the whole image quality category. But there's another category which we call secure by Barco. It's we are in mission critical industry, so control rooms is, for instance, a big part of us. So we're used to offer, or let's say to have solutions for high uptimes, continuous availability, redundancy. And now we are adding to that, and Garrett will come back on that one, the whole cybersecurity story. So the whole end-to-end security story, meaning your content needs to be protected, integrity from, let's say, the source up to the pixel, we call it, up to when you go into the video wall, as you see behind
Yeah,
us.
final pixel.
And the last category is actually the ease of integration, the ease to set it up, the ease to operate, the ease to maintain, which is again a legacy of Barco, backed up by Barco brand name. It has been developed, it's being manufactured in Europe, and it goes through the quality assurance of Barco. So that's a bit, in a nutshell, what Infinipix brings to our Let Alliance partners.
And we want to hear a little bit more about the cybersecurity piece of it. You know, that's a really important thing, and you know, you're really hearing a lot about it in our industry as well as many others. So can you speak to that?
Yeah, so one of the things, it was a white paper produced by one of the network manufacturers in the building, talking about the fact that, you know, the idea of a converged network has been very slow to come out, very slow to sort of really happen in the AV industry, because as manufacturers of AV equipment, all of us have been very bad at following the IT world on cybersecurity and managing that side of it. So one of the powerful things is nowadays it's not so much about your hardware, it's about your software and what you're up to.
Yeah.
So we, as Gerrit was mentioning, we build cybersecurity for our mission critical KVM stuff. Once you've got that built, you know, redeploying it to do, you know, access control for LED manufacturers and things like that is really simple to do. So by learning and taking parts from the fact that we also have a medical team, so we learn from the medical industry, we learn from the critical national infrastructure industry, we learn from all of these different spaces, and our product security office work together and like share these learnings between each different part of Barco to make sure that our products can go into these spaces in a way that customers feel secure about. They can have the conversation with the IT team, which normally AV people try and avoid. We want to make sure that we can have that conversation with those IT end users and making sure they feel secure.
Yeah, really exciting. So looking ahead, what does success look like for this partnership then? What are the outcomes you're hoping to achieve in short term, long term? What can you share with us?
Okay, I think well, it can be very simple if our customers are happy. So I think we are happy. So we really want to put an uplifted full system proposal into the market. Secondly, I think we believe it will also be a growth story for our alliance partners. So it needs to be something in for them also. And finally, if the Barco-led processing technology goes beyond the typical Barco markets, I will be very happy that it gets deployed everywhere.
Fantastic. And for anybody here on the show floor, where can they find your booth? Not I can tell you.
Yeah, help us.
All right, well, for all of you on the show floor,
Yep.
be sure to check out Barco at booth 2829. So really want to thank you guys for joining us. Really excited to stop by and see all of this that you were discussing.
Yeah, really
there.
exciting times.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
It was wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Are we here? Can
Yep.
y'all hear me? All right. Good,
There
good,
we
good.
go.
There we go.
So,
All right.
up next, we have.
Awesome. Well, hey, it's I appreciate the intro over here, Sam. I got to tell you, though, one of the conversations that I keep hearing across the entire show floor this year is sustainability, right? Not the first time we've had that conversation. It's been a topic of conversation for the last 5 to 10 years, but really, especially last year with Save launching, we've had a lot of great momentum with that. So, Adaline, you're with Save. I'm excited to ask you a couple questions, but thank you so much for coming out today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me as a representative of Save. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, Adaline. I've got to ask, there's sort of the elephant in the room question. Is it actually important for AV companies to worry about sustainability, or is it just a buzzword?
It's definitely worth it. Why wouldn't we? With all that's going on, climate change, we notice like storms are happening unconsciously. You wake up in the middle of the night and you hear they had a tornado somewhere across the country. So it's very imperative for companies to provide some type of sustainability planning within their design, because it's no longer a feel-good initiative. It should be a we want to save our planet initiative.
Sure. Well, look, let's get practical then. Obviously, SAVE is an organization that's sort of relatively new in the life cycle of the industry, but the idea is not new. But could you tell us a little bit about what SAVE does to actually help folks in that process?
Sure. So SAVE have 3 huge initiatives that we focus on. First of all, we have our SAVE Ambassador program. The SAVE Ambassador program entails of having different leaders within different countries and regions. We have 20 different leaders within 14 different regions that represent their different entities. Also, we have our ambassador. We have our SAVE certification program, which you can become SAVE certified and integrate that into your planning and design within your corporation or your institution. And we also have the Second Life program, which is we allow for different companies, organizations to donate to SAVE your AV equipment that you rip out, and we would distribute it within different schools, organizations, low-income communities where it can be reused, repurposed, and recycled.
Yeah. Well, I know that partnerships are very much important in that whole process, right? Whether it's manufacturers, service providers, a lot of the folks on the floor, you see your partners as well. I know Crestron's a big partner of yours. What are some of the things that they've done from a sustainability perspective when you guys have partnered together?
So Crestron is one of our main sponsors. They actually are assisting us with the design and the life cycle of our products, our AV products in general, because their VP of implementation and design, Wendy, is actually the chair of our new installation and design committee. So they assist us with ensuring that companies are following that guideline.
Well, a minute ago you talked about the Second Life program, and I know a lot of manufacturers and folks in the industry are curious about practical ways that they can actually contribute to that sustainability. What are some practical ways, in addition to sort of that recycling of product, that they can contribute to larger sustainability initiatives?
So we would like to recommend for different manufacturers to consider being SAVE certified, first of all, and ensuring that their entire staff understand what it means to be to implement sustainability within the organization. Also, we want to hold people accountable. Accountability would assist with ensuring that we're all doing our part within the industry to value the timeless manner that we have to save our environment.
Well, Adaline, last question. I know a lot of folks are probably asking this one. If folks who haven't been able to be part of SAVE want to be part of it, how can they reach out to you?
They can reach out to me through LinkedIn, Adaline Tatum, or they can also email me at Adaline, ADALINE, @saveav.org.
Well, Adaline, thanks so much for jumping on the show today and talking to us a little bit about sustainability. It's an important initiative for us to focus on in the AV industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you so much, Adaline. But up next, let's take a look at how Atlona is simplifying meeting room setups and solving the all too common headaches of connecting devices across the room.
I'm joined today by Paul Krazan, Product Line Manager with Atlona. Paul, thank you for joining me.
Thanks, Ben. It's great to be here today.
Wonderful. Now, before we start, could you just give us a quick overview of what Atlona do?
Yeah, so Atlona is really focused on making audio, video, and control solutions for the corporate and education markets specifically, although we do touch some other markets as well. And we're really focused on providing outstanding experiences for our customers, making products that are both high quality, high reliability, but also easy to use and easy to install.
Good stuff. So let's start with something simple. When people need to set up cameras or USB devices across the room, what's getting in their way and how are you helping to solve that?
Yeah, so obviously the biggest obstacle is that the USB standard, if you think about a traditional USB cable, is very limited in length. And if you need to put a camera or a video bar or some other USB peripheral across a room, the normal USB cable lengths just aren't long enough. The way Atlona tackles this is that we're focused on distributing that over category cables. And we've really got a variety of solutions that basically will transport the USB signal alongside the audio and video over a category cable. If your camera is up with your display, that becomes a really nice single cable installation. We have solutions that will distribute USB over the network. So if you need to do divisible spaces or spaces where you're actually changing that USB connectivity over distance, you can do it over the network. And then we most recently announced our USB EX350 kit. That's designed is distributing now USB 3 signals. Traditionally, that extended USB distribution has been sort of limited to the USB 2.0 bandwidths. But when you talk about 4K cameras, when you talk about video bars and things like that, a lot of those are now moving up to USB 3. We just launched a new dedicated extender kit that offers support for both USB 2 and USB 3 up to 100 meters, so that really that camera that you've got in the back of a classroom or that you're putting in a corner of a conference room or just anywhere where you need that extension, you can now just do it with a single category cable.
Good stuff. It sounds like a real one-stop shop solution. So that's certainly something I think a lot of people will be interested in seeing. We've all been in those meetings where just trying to plug your laptop in turns into a whole thing. What are you doing to make that experience easier and more reliable?
Yeah, so really the interesting part of this, especially these days, is that they're almost all USB-C connected for everything, for your audio, for your video, for your USB data, as well as for network. In addition to that USB 3 extender kit that I mentioned, we recently launched an extension to our Omega family, which is a 2x1 video switcher, our SW21TX. That gives the user the ability to come in with their laptop into the space, plug in the USB-C cable. Now they're sending video and audio over that single category cable to a receiver at the display. And the receiver at the display then is converting that signal back to HDMI, back to audio. That same transport link also supports USB 2.0, but now that SW21TX also has some local USB 3 ports. In that same room, let's say you have a USB 3 camera, you can add the extender kit into this SW21 switcher. For the user, this is now just simply a matter of I take my laptop, plug in my USB-C cable, I've got power to my laptop, audio and video out to my display, but now I'm also connecting to all my USB peripherals in the room. The idea is to really simplify it for the user by making it a single cable. Plus, we've got built-in display control in that solution. The whole idea is to make it to where the user doesn't have to know, oh, I've got to do all these steps. It's all just single cable.
Well, thank you very much indeed for joining me today to sit down and chat, and all the best at Atlona at this year's InfoComm show.
Thank you.
Well, that was a great interview. It almost feels like Ben is with us.
Oh.
Very soon, Ben, but we hope you're having a great time. We miss you. So up next, joining us now is Jeff Cooley from Cooley Darley Insurance, a longtime AVIXA partner and one of the industry's most trusted voices when it comes to risk management. So great. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank
How
you.
are you doing? I know you've been to a couple of these, just a few.
Doing great. Yeah, this is my 24th.
Oh, wow.
So it
Wow.
would be my silver anniversary if not for 2020. So I started in Anaheim in 2000. So
Okay.
I've been coming to InfoComm ever since.
Fantastic. You've got about 20 on me, so I'm going to work my way up there.
Amazing.
Yeah, so as you were just saying, you've been in the AV industry for so long, over 30 years. So what makes risk management in this industry so unique?
Yeah, and I start by saying, I mean, I'm incredibly passionate about AV. It's something that I decided long ago I was going to spend a lot of time in, almost as much time as I do in insurance. really because I felt like serving this community, this industry segment, I had to be equally knowledgeable in both. So I think what makes it most most complex really is the fact that AV is embedded in every facet of modern life, from education, healthcare, entertainment, manufacturing. So it's everywhere, and it's moving constantly. It's constantly changing. So the speed of that change creates a lot of complexity and a lot of risk. So our job is to help those companies understand what their risks are, prioritize them, and then manage them moving forward. I think another part of this really is the diversity of the players. A AV integrator is a lot different than a live event production company, which is a lot different than an installer. So we have to make sure that we understand those different industry segments, and that we're helping our insurance carriers tailor coverage appropriately, so that we're helping companies protect their valuable equipment, their people, and then the general public as well, because we all interact with AV very intimately in a lot of cases.
Yeah, and a topic that I know our viewers will be, it's a really hot topic right now, is around economic pressures. So like tariffs and rising equipment costs. How is that impacting AV insurance for AV companies?
Yeah, it's real. What costs $100,000 today could cost $150,000 tomorrow. And so we're really urging our customers and really customers across the AV industry to have a conversation with their broker, to make sure their policies are structured in a way that limits valuation clauses. Some of this isn't going to make sense, but it will to your broker. Limits valuation clauses are adequate for the current environment, and that your insurance policy is breathing with your organization. And breathing, I really mean that. As you expand, your insurance policy should as well. So we're asking folks to, particularly since a lot of AV equipment is imported, we're telling people to really understand their supply chain. Where is that AV equipment coming from? And are those countries affected by tariffs? And then really finding out whether or not manufacturers can help them by changing that production or shifting that production to countries where it isn't a problem. And so all of that is part of what we do and what my industry does, is to help them understand the current environment, and then how their insurance policy is going to work with them and for them. And one point I wanted to bring up too, part of what we do, I think that is really, really important, is teaching the insurance industry about the AV industry.
Right.
Because we've long fought some deep-seated preconceived notions about what AV really is. And so it's important for us to go back, take that knowledge back to the insurance industry and make sure they're tailoring coverage so that it responds when it matters most.
And I think it's really important that you're giving that information to them. And it seems like there's just so much information and things to know. What common gaps are you seeing in how AV companies are actually approaching risk and other things that they may not have even thought about?
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing we see is that insurance is enough. And it really isn't. Insurance is great, coverage matters, but loss prevention or risk control is far more valuable. So, we're asking folks to really take a look at what it is that what it is that keeps them up at night. Those risks that are out there, and to involve people, professionals, whether it's in the AV industry and the insurance industry, to help them prioritize those, or identify them, prioritize them, and then manage them again. We're also seeing a lot of cyber liability and professional liability that's lacking right now. All are relevant to AV, and all are really underappreciated right now. So I think those are the big things. Again, insurance isn't enough. I mean, you want to spend time managing that risk, and that'll save you in the long term.
So what would you say proactive steps should AV professionals be taking right now to stay protected in this changing market?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think understanding, having a conversation early with their broker, with their insurance professional, to make sure that they understand coming changes in price and coverage, so that they're not caught off guard, particularly when it comes to excess liability. So excess or umbrella liability, insurance carriers are really dropping back on that. They're really doing away with some of that coverage or eliminating it altogether. So that's very important. We also think it's a really good time to test the market. Ask your insurance broker or your provider to go out into the marketplace. It's a good opportunity to either validate your current approach or to find or uncover new options that might be more competitive. And then finally, we're really just, again, back on that, I hate to harp on this, but back on that risk management. So identify those risks. Don't stop just at insurance. Know what your risks are, know how they can impact you long term, and then find a professional that can help you manage them.
I really appreciate you coming here and having this conversation with us. It's not one of our traditional, AV type of conversations, but I think it's really important for organizations to have this knowledge and information. And we love to leave our viewers with some key takeaways. So can you give us your top 3 risk management tips and share that with our audience?
Yeah, sure. So we're nothing if we're not a resource. And so it's very important for me to convey that I'm available to the AV industry. That's part of my commitment to AVIXA. Having been in a relationship with them as long as I have, it's wildly valuable to me. And so part of my commitment is to help AV customers or businesses that aren't necessarily our customers. So the first part is have a plan. Understand what keeps you up at night, what your worst case scenario is. Model that and understand how you would approach that if it happens, and involve people that have seen it before, whether it's on the insurance side or AV side. Involve those people that have seen that have been through it before. We also preach people before property. You can insure both, but people are a lot harder to replace. And so we keep your people safe, have them trained and protected. And then the last piece is really find an advisor who is a partner and not just a vendor. Someone who's vested in the long-term outcome of your business. That's important, particularly in these turbulent times.
Wonderful. Well, you've definitely been a great advisor for AVIXA, and thank you so much for all that you do supporting the AV industry. We really appreciate it, and thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Now, speaking of the future, let's turn our attention to a topic that's becoming more and more essential in our industry: sustainability. Ben is standing by on our virtual set with one of the, no, that's not what's coming up though. We did that. So what we're going to do is something else. Or let's check and see what we've got coming up.
A microphone and asked me to have opinions and play devil's advocate. So this is a fun one, but I'll tell you what, one of the biggest crises in our industry right now is the recruiting, retention, and hiring challenge for the industry. It's a challenge facing all of B2B, but in skilled labor in particular. For every one person that's retiring, we're replacing it with 0.6 of a person, and we all know that it's very difficult for 0.6 of a person to actually do work. And to have that conversation today, I brought on one of my friends. By the way, we had to put you on the green screen to show the kicks. Jennifer Weaver.
Yeah.
Jennifer,
Hi. Thank you, everybody. Great to be here.
So Jennifer, the way that this works is I'm going to present a topic to you, you're going to have an opinion, and I'm going to play devil's advocate and advocate for the other side. So the first one that I'm going to ask is about apprenticeship in the AV industry. Do you think it's good, and should we use it?
Yes, it is good, and we should use it. And the reason I think that is because there's so many kids out there today that, one, can't afford to go to college, might not have the means to go, and just need something to have somebody teach them and have them learn. And you don't need a college degree to do a lot of things within the industry. So give them somebody to work with and teach them how to build the rack and put cables in.
Here's my counterpoint to that.
Okay.
I don't think it's bad. I think apprenticeship is great and very much has a place in the industry. But you're going to have people say, look, I can go learn anything I need to learn on YouTube for the most part. Would you not agree with that?
I mean, yes, I go to YouTube all the time. and learn for things, but I don't think there's certain things on YouTube you can actually learn. You need somebody sitting there with you showing you how to do it. I don't think building a rack can be learned on YouTube. You need to understand all the parts and pieces that go with it, and air filtration and circulation.
It's hard for me to disagree with that, so I'm going to pick one maybe that we can argue a little bit more on. Bachelor's degree, necessary or no?
No, I don't think it's necessary for every job in the industry. I think if you are going into sales, you don't need a bachelor's degree to go into sales. You need a proven track record of sales, but what does that 4-year degree gonna show you? And again, I go back to the fact that a lot of these kids and the youth that we want to bring into the industry may not have the means, but they're gonna have a list of things that they've already done. Hey, my son wants to be an entrepreneur, so if he decides he doesn't want to go to college, but he's got a track record of making money, I think that's gonna be a great thing for him.
So I'm curious. I probably before this moment, if you would have asked me that, I probably would have agreed with you. I think there is still very much a place for the bachelor's degree. Here's why I say that.
Okay.
For maybe a larger, more well-rounded skill set, particularly when it comes to business skills and entrepreneurship. We're great at technical skills, right? Yes. We can learn that, whether we do apprenticeships, YouTube, whatever, trade schools.
Correct.
I think there's a lot of value in that larger education to say, look, I've got to know how to project manage things. I've got to know how to start a business. I've got to know that my P&L has to matter, right? That's not all stuff that you could just learn without a certification.
And I do agree with that. So that's why I say there's certain areas of the industry I don't think you need to have a bachelor's degree, but you can also learn some of those things on the job if somebody's going to give you the chance. A manager always started out as sales. You don't walk in as a manager. Somebody has to give you the opportunity to be the manager. So I still think some of those things they can learn on the job without having that degree.
That's fair. Well, let's pick a hot topik issue.
Okay.
We're at InfoComm.
Yes.
We know some job transitions are happening here. Are we pro or anti-poaching?
Oh, I'm kind of anti-poaching. I think we need to. So many people out there are looking for jobs. If you scroll on LinkedIn, there's open to work everywhere. We know a lot of companies let people go before they come to InfoComm to save on some money and all of that, and then they rehire after. So get the person, the young person, that new person into the industry, train them to be who you want them to be for your company. Stop stealing all the great people.
Oh.
Train them up. Train them up.
No, I got to disagree with you on this
Okay.
one. So look, I'm a hyper loyalist. I love the company I work
Yes.
for. Shout out Market Scale, by the way, and I plan to hopefully finish my career there. But what I will say, especially in our industry, there's not always that same level of loyalty on the employer side.
Correct.
So why would we give that level of loyalty if it's not reciprocal? It's hard for me to argue that point because I love the industry, I love the company that I work for.
Right.
But the reality is that, look, if it makes sense to change a job because you know that somebody may be going through some challenges or layoffs upcoming, maybe it makes sense to take that job.
It does. It totally does. But a lot of times what you see is people are going to leave because somebody gave them more money. It's just like in sports now. Nobody's loyal anymore. Nobody stays. It's all about the money. So I get that it's all about the money, but we still need to train more great people in the industry. So all you see is people going from one to the other. Where's all the new people coming in?
All I know is that the transfer portal is open in the AV industry for a lot of people right now, and didn't know that I'd be making an NIL analogy this morning when I woke up on the show. But I'll tell you what, Jennifer, thanks so much for coming on.
Yeah,
it's always great having you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Sam, we're going to kick it back to you. I think we have a really cool special announcement. Maybe some awards happening.
We sure do. And thanks everyone for just going with the punches here. It is a live show.
It is live telly.
Oh, it's live, so hopefully everybody can hear all the fun and amazing things that are going on in the background here.
Smoke machines.
They really put the audio and AV in this area, but we're loving it. And yes, as we were saying, we are a live show. And we've got some exciting news to share. AVIXA TV is now an award-winning program, recently honored with 5 Telly Awards, including recognition for the 2024 AVIXA TV Live at InfoComm live stream for craft use of live streaming. These awards celebrate our innovative and impactful approach to live broadcasting, and we really couldn't be more thrilled. We're incredibly humbled and honored by this recognition. It's a true testament to the dedication and creativity of our amazing team and the invaluable support of our partners and sponsors who have helped elevate AVIXA TV to such new heights. As we celebrate this incredible achievement, let's hear from someone who has been instrumental in building this platform, our beloved Vice President of Content Delivery, Sam Minish.
We're going to forgive my notes. I wanted to make sure that I got all of this out as effectively as possible. But it is with immense pride that I am able to announce that AVIXA TV has won, yet again, not one, not two, but 5 Telly Awards. So among all these accolades, one of them, and the reason we're doing this now, was for the live stream that we did here last year for the very first time, our very first studio experience. We had a little idea. It has now grown up. We are now standing shoulder to shoulder with some very powerful brands, including Life is Love, the Military District of Washington, as well as the GOAT himself, Tom Brady. And we are in the same winner's circle as all of those folks. I want to say to our partners, it was really important that you guys were here for this. You've brought your unique perspectives together with us in a way that is inspiring and impactful. Your expertise has been able to turn creative opportunities into seamless experiences, and so our content is able to flow as well as the champagne. So to our partners, I will say it is a true honor, genuinely, to work with every single one of you. We have always set an extremely high bar, and every single time we have one of these accomplishments, we just raise the bar for ourselves. So with that, here's to more streams, more dreams, and keeping the stellar work that brings our community closer together, one pixel at a time. Cheers.
Hear, hear.
I mean, what an incredible achievement. This is my first time on the show here, and the backstage, what goes on around this is truly, really incredible. What a great team.
It's so impressive. I know if you're not here, if you could only see
Yeah.
all the blood, sweat, tears.
No small feet.
No small feet. Everyone here is just so dedicated, and it's just been a pleasure working with everyone. And I'm so happy that you're here on the desk with me this year at InfoComm. So how are you feeling about, what is it, show 2?
Yeah, this is our show 2, right? We're not halfway there yet, but I mean, it's like you say, it's live. There's a lot of energy around. The team's just doing a great job. I feel really at home.
Yes.
And the show is buzzing. We can hear it.
Oh,
here in
literally.
the studio.
It's buzzing, and we're like rumbling on.
We are literally
on
vibrating.
set. So we're trying to hold down the fort. But I know we've got a full day of programming.
We do.
So Sarah, what's coming up next?
We do. So coming up this afternoon on AVIXA TV, we will be diving into some exciting conversations you won't want to miss. Firstly, we'll take you inside the highly anticipated keynote on the experience economy, one of my favorites, featuring insights from Universal Destinations, Ripley's Believe It or Not, and AWS. Then at 3 p.m. EST, we are back live from the show floor for another edition of AVIXA TV Live from InfoComm. And to wrap things up, don't miss the Tech Effect at 4 p.m. EST with Pete Coman and Mark Skihan as they explore the latest innovation shaping the pro AV industry.
Wonderful. So be sure to stay tuned to AVIXA TV throughout the entire day. Don't go away. And don't forget, Sarah, Ben, and I will be back at 3 p.m. for another fun edition of AVIXA TV live from InfoComm with fresh new content and a closer look at what's happening across the show floor. You won't want to miss it. See you then.
Jeff, good to see you. Thank you. Thanks for having me. Thanks for being here. All right. Together, they'll explore how Universal and AWS are collaborating to reimagine what's possible, from real-time rendering and spatial computing to data-driven personalization and operational intelligence. We'll talk about the infrastructure that makes it all work, the creative opportunities it unlocks, and the challenges that come with building experiences that are not only magical, but scalable, secure, and inclusive. So whether you're a technologist, a creative, or a strategist, this session's for you. Let's go ahead and dive on in. Guys, I'd like to take a moment before I start tossing some questions to you. I'd like to get some audience feedback, see where we're at. That'll help us shape some of the conversation. Think that'll work? Okay, by a show of hands, how many of you in the last year have worked on an immersive experience that involved immersive technologies, whether that's AR, VR, spatial audio, real time? Just a show of hands. Okay, yeah, quite a few of you have been working on that. That's great to see. Now, how many of you are currently working on a project in your pipeline that's using AI or machine learning or another advanced technology to help you create your immersive experience? Jeff, good to see you. And inclusive. So whether you're a technologist, a creative, or a strategist, this session's for you. Let's go ahead and dive on in. Guys, I'd like to take a moment before I start tossing some questions to you. I'd like to get some... Okay, yeah, quite a few of you have been working on that. That's great to see. Now, how many of you are currently working on a project in your pipeline that's using AI or machine learning or another advanced technology to help you create your immersive experience? Show of hands, we got a few, not quite as many. Awesome, but it's good to see and see where we're at as we go through this conversation. All right, now if you're not using AI or machine learning or these advanced technologies, what's the barrier? What's the biggest challenge that you're experiencing to prevent you from moving in this direction? Now, I think we have a couple of microphones out in the audience, so I just want to get a little feedback. Somebody who's not using AI, raise your hand really quick. Here we go. There's somebody right here in the middle. What would be preventing you from moving in this direction? And again, this is to help shape this discussion with Dong and Jeff.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Dev support.
Dev support, okay. Very, very important. Anybody else? Any other thoughts on what might be preventing you? No? Everybody's ready to go. All right, well, we'll look at some of those challenges, and hopefully both Dong and Jeff can share a little bit of their experience and how their organizations continue to push forward and provide these solutions to all of us in this industry. So let's jump right on in. Dong, Universal Studios has been at the forefront of creating some amazing immersive experiences. Can you share how the convergence of AI-driven personalization and next-generation digital experiences has really redefined the immersive experience landscape?
Yeah, thanks, Todd, and thank you, everybody, for joining the session. I couldn't agree more with your opening around the convergence of all these different types of technologies that perhaps in the past haven't been fused together that way. We're in this really, really unique place where by looking at these different capabilities in sort of this holistic picture with the guest experience at mind, we're able to unlock different capabilities that we've never really had maybe the design approach to do so in the past. And so for us at Universal Destinations and Experiences, we've been in the experience business for over 60 years now, with our first Universal Studios Hollywood offering people an inside look at how movies are made, to just a really special moment a couple weeks ago at Universal Epic Universe, right across the street. We're really trying to push the limit there, and I think that that's one of the things that is really great about working in this industry, is that we can start to fuse these different technologies in a way that we get a lot of new experiences and new capabilities. If you think back to these types of immersive experiences from 10, 15 years ago, pretty much everybody got a really similar experience. And what we're doing, and I'm glad your family had a great reaction to it, because that's kind of the situation we're in today. People have choice. People have connections to storylines and brands and different areas that they can really relate to. And that's exactly what we want to do when we think about connecting digital and physical together. If you think about ways that we've been doing this, one great example is our next generation wands experience. Before, I think people know in the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, you can have a wand really control certain aspects of the physical environment. And what we did was we took that to the next level. Not only are you able to cast spells now, but you're able to do it under your persona. What house do you belong in? Can you earn house points for your specific house? And for me, I'm a Hufflepuff, and it's the type of thing where you can start to gamify these experiences, and you get even more brand integration that way. So it's a real special moment, I would say, for the industry. And the great thing about it, and I think I heard the gentleman asked, in terms of limitations and barriers, I think we'll see that gap actually get smaller and smaller, because a lot of the tool sets that are out there, whether it's AI, machine learning, computer vision, these are all things that are coming together actually quite quickly.
Awesome. Yeah. So really, your focus and Universal's focus has been that personalization, so that each individual guest has an opportunity to dive deeper into the brand or the IP that they're interested in. They can go as deep as they want or stay up at a higher level, and that's kind of the focus of what you're doing?
Absolutely. So everything that we're doing right now is designed off of a end-to-end guest experience. So if you think about all the things you may do to plan your trip, or all the things that you're doing inside of the experience, or all the things that you're doing after, being able to stitch that together in an end-to-end seamless way is exactly how we need to use all the different touch points that we've got. Being able to have that choice and to specify, I think everybody would agree that time is a little bit limited, and you want to prioritize the things that mean the most to you. And so, that experience with your daughter, my family has a very similar experience where they dash off to one area of the park that they feel most connected to.
Right. And you can continue that experience beyond the gate, because you're gamifying it, repeat visitation, all that is a part of the objective.
Absolutely. So in terms of the wands, next generation wands experience that I mentioned, that's a great example where you're going to the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, you're experiencing that type of interactive, and then actually it's connected to you. It's connected to your profile. It's connected. You can log your adventure, and you can share with your friends, you can unlock things and do it in sort of a quest type of way that you would have never been able to do so before. And so that kind of, I guess if there's one maybe concept that I would actually just challenge everybody in the audience to start to think about, no matter what type of role you're in, whether it's on content production or distribution or engineering, is really around this kind of concept of personalized value. And I think personalized value is something that's going to really take all of our industries much further, especially with the technology that's there to help support it and to drive it.
Great. Thank you very much for sharing that. I'm sure we'll a little bit more about Epic as we go forward, hopefully. Maybe we'll pull some secret information. Jeff, AWS has been instrumental in supporting various industries with its cloud solutions. How do you see the convergence of different technologies, such as AI and cloud computing, coming together to create a more personalized and immersive experience for the entertainment industry?
Yes, well, thanks first for having me here. It's great to be here. Great forum and audience and panel, so thank you. And I think, we're at AWS, we're a very customer-obsessed organization. And that really means we're working back from those customer problems. So when we hear about the connectivity and the personalization, when we hear about connecting people and blending the digital physical worlds, this is where we think the power of AWS cloud infrastructure and AI-powered intelligence combined with spatial computing really helps tie those aspects together for our customers in ways that they can then provide them to their customers and really enhance that experience. And it's really, in that way, starting to unlock some unique possibilities in especially the future of entertainment and entertainment experiences. Overall, we've seen organizations leverage basically solutions that are going to improve employee performance, employee productivity. We see them really starting to create these entertainment experiences that create a unified digital twin. So when we think about like the blending of worlds and that digital physical piece, a lot of that is just understanding at a core what does your physical world look like? In so much media, in a long time, we've taken this 2D realm, and we've basically said, we're going to take a 3D dimensional space like this, we're going to capture it in 2D and then present it in 2D. We're starting to see a lot of shift of that over time. Everything from the production, and of course, you know, as people design physical spaces, they work in 3D all the time, but we're starting to see that change where the spatial aspect becomes really, really important. And so technologies like AR, VR, 3D spatial audio, video, and really there's the AI drivenness that supports that and enables that transition from 2D to 3D is becoming really important. And you know, in a sense, this is where the cloud really excels. So those data sets become very large, the compute workloads become much larger, and so when you're looking for ways to, how do I do that, and how to do that in a cost-efficient way, AWS cloud solutions are a great way for our customers to basically do that. So yeah, and I think the second half of that is personalization. So you talked a lot about like, how do you maintain that? So when we talk about maintaining the WADS experience, or we talk about the ability to have that personalized experience, everyone is unique. And so when you're able to use services and track that information across and basically track the digital experience and footprint of somebody and then relay it back into the physical world through some kind of output, that becomes really important. And then finally, generative AI is really changing how people interact with and what type of experiences they can do, and specifically agentic AI. We're seeing that be really, really important. And when we have these generative AI agents, I think sometimes people misunderstand them. So I think the dev support question was a good one. It's like, okay, how do I build this? But what's so cool about these large language models is they start to become accessible. And so in generative AI and agentic agents, it's really about helping people just understand what the task of the machine should be. So is it an employee a productivity agent? How do I help my employee become more productivity by feeding them the information they need? So the task is to, you know, drive a great customer experience. That's what you know, tell the model you want to achieve, and then it uses its large language background to basically help that agent or that employee in that role get there. Everything from like guest next best actions. So you talked about, you know, the personalization through the park. It's like, help my guests understand the best way to traverse the park based on their unique needs. Is it to hit every ride? Is it to explore a unique aspect of the park? And this is where you can use that data underneath. You combine it with a large language model, and then, of course, that agent to help them basically program through, and they can have that two-way conversation in a way that feels very tailored, very personalized, and in fact, very successful in a lot of ways. And I think that really improves all aspects of your organization. And so it enables your employees to become that much more productive, your operations agents to be that much more effective, and really grow through. We see it all the time, even in ways where we didn't expect it. So I think like maintenance and safety agents is a great example in the theme park, where you say, hey, I have this information from this ride, here's what it looks like, it's coming off, and you have an attraction. And you can put in a bunch of that real-time data, so line throughput, information from IoT sensors off the track or off the piece, and then help me understand, you know, when something might be going wrong. So you get kind of that predictive idea of when something might be wrong, or you need to send in an expert. And even when you do send in an expert, help them resolve that problem a lot faster. So yeah, we see these agents becoming very, very powerful from every aspect: commerce and transaction, marketing, and even into the end customer experience. So as we mentioned before, having that core customer data, and then giving them the aspect to go through and really giving them someone to interact with in a personalized way that feels really genuine.
Incredible. So you're looking at ways to use this beyond the creative. I mean, we kind of started off, and we're excited about the creative aspects of it, but from an operational perspective, the operational intelligence that can be gathered. And Dong, I run a theme park as well, and operational efficiency is critical when you're trying to have throughputs of a few thousand people. So this is enabling operators to become more efficient.
Yeah, so I mean, essentially, you know the best about your park, and you have a bunch of historical data over a long period of time. So you can put that into the model. You have just the generative AI that helps you understand what that data means and be able to access it. And then you have the real-time data, and so that will help your agents become a lot better, and optimizing those park operations, optimizing line flows, creating event planning and resource management. You can ask it a bunch of questions, and it will give you answers, and then you use your own expertise to help feed and understand, what you want to do with that specifically.
I actually think it's, on top of that, I think it's this new way of thinking about productivity and design. And if you think about sort of tech design and how you integrate systems together, which unlocks a lot of these end-to-end efficiencies and end-to-end experiences, it really forces you to think about how you're executing certain actions. And if you kind of rewind 15 years ago, a lot of people integrated systems by just doing point-to-point, very specific task integrating one for one. And then fast forward 5 years from there, and people started thinking, okay, well, maybe I need to map out a little bit more clearly all the different functions that my organization uses on a day-to-day basis. And then you take it 5 years later, and that's when you get into concepts like microservice architecture, which has really, really unlocked a lot of the flexibility about how we're designing new applications and use cases on top of that. And I think agentic AI architecture is really the next dial, right? The next turn of the dial on this one, because if we can take more efficient, more accelerated ways of executing and understanding context, I think our judgment gets a lot faster too.
Ivan, agentic AI, I'm the least intelligent person on this stage here, especially when it comes to AI. Tell us a little bit more about what agentic AI really means and how it would impact moving forward.
Yeah, so maybe I'll start, and Jeff definitely chime in. So, agentic AI is really a way of applying generative AI agents to learn more about specific contexts and actions, and to be able to perform functions in that way. So a really good example of this is like, a lot of times, we have a technical group in the audience. Let's say you're troubleshooting an issue, and that typically requires you to go through endless amounts of logs and other information points that are coming there. What large language models are able to do is process through that in a much faster way, and it's able to get you those insights very quickly. And so if you layer that into sort of a reference architecture, that's when you start to get into kind of thinking about what execution options do you need to act on, and what information do you need to proceed.
Yeah, and I think, when we think about that microservice architecture that Dong talked about, I think that's a good example where you, as a developer, someone who's creating something, historically, you'd have to think in a very structured, programmatic fashion of, I want to achieve X, and so here's the steps I need to do and the input I need to take to do that. So let's take like mobile food ordering in a venue or attraction. How do I do that more sufficiently, or how do I determine when I need to create orders? So you'd have to like program that into the system and create the microservice architectures in terms of, how much is going out the door, how many customers are coming, what do the orders look like, et cetera, put it all together. With agentic AI, you can literally just plug those, if you have that data in storage somewhere in your organization, somewhat structured and sometimes not structured, you're able to basically say, just help me order, and have the agent do it for you. And that agentic AI agent will help that employee determine when they need to order, what the fulfillment looks like, and basically bring that through end to end. So it becomes a much more efficient way with less need for like specific devs and specific programming capabilities. And so you can actually become much more efficient as an organization just by allowing everyone in your organization to do things they never believed they could, because the AI is helping them.
Great, thank you. Okay, let's get into a case study here. Yeah. Dong, can you provide some more examples of how Universal Destinations and Experiences has integrated these various technologies, such as Internet of Things, AR, VR, AI, to create these seamless, immersive guest experiences? What were some of the technical challenges? How did you start that process? How did you face those challenges and overcome them?
Yeah, so Todd, opening a major theme park is one of these once-in-a-lifetime kind of moments, and I'm fortunate to have the chance to have worked on 2 of them in the last 5 years. And shooting for something of that scale, I think on its own requires a tremendous amount of planning and readiness and just thoughtful work on how you actually need to pull it off and what's the vision for that. I think as you looked at, in the beginning of the session, we talked a lot about, the next generation wands experience, but actually throughout Epic Universe, there's tremendous amounts of technology that are, stitched together in this great, crossover of digital and physical experiences. So an example that's actually pretty near and dear to me is, my family and I were at Epic Universe 2 weeks ago, and my kids really love Super Nintendo World, and we bought them the Power Up Band, and that's this great example where sort of a simple artifact that is a physical artifact is able to be linked to your digital identity, linked to your app, and you can start to engage in ways that you never would have been able to do so before. So you think about, has anybody in the audience played all the Super Nintendo games? Or is that something that's out there? Raise a show of hands. I'm definitely one of them. So, it's this really interesting kind of generational thing too, where, I think my kids never really thought about things that way until you have experiences like this that are really connecting these concepts together. That's one. I think another really important lesson is just this concept of constant optimization. Whether it was at Universal Beijing or Epic Universe, I think trying to get something out at scale means that you have to have that kind of meticulous planning up front. But then what you're doing is you're constantly iterating on top of it, and knowing that the days of just deploying something, putting it in, and then letting it go is kind of not there. One, because I think we all know that technology doesn't work that way, and you need to constantly be a good steward of it, and actually because the capabilities are getting much stronger, and those are concepts that we've kind of applied across the board. I would say the other kind of lesson learned for us is really about just kind of looking from the outside sometimes. And thinking about, are there connection points from other industries? Are there other ways that we can learn about problems that we need to solve for, or ways that we want to improve our guest experience? And so a really good example of that is throughput. So I think, for those of you that have been to Universal Orlando Resort, you know that we deployed a photo validation system to really help speed up the process of getting into the park using Express, using our lockers. And a lot of this was modeled off of the transportation industry. And you think about, the speed and the throughput of where you're able to go with things like the subway or mass transit. And that's kind of the efficiency that applied in a different industry you really want. I think there's also another lesson to kind of be taken away from really the use of common platforms. That was one that we actually bet pretty big on in terms of getting ready for Epic Universe. So a good example of that was actually the mobile application. And a couple years ago, we kind of came to this conclusion that it was taking too long to do things that we wanted to do. And when you start to peel that back, you see a lot of layers of complexity that have kind of developed over time. And then, sometimes you can kind of re-architect that in a sort of a step-by-step way, but sometimes you have to kind of rethink it, right? Because mobile applications that were designed, 10 years ago were serving very different purposes than what we need it to do today. And so that's a great example of, we kind of made this bet on, we want the flexibility, we want the scale. We know that, everybody knows that you're either iOS or you're Android, and sometimes that actually takes a lot of care and feeding to keep that up. And so one of the things that we did was we said, let's pick a technology that actually we can deploy both, and we can focus so much more on actually getting features and functionality out there at a much more rapid pace, and we can reduce the amount of effort that's actually there to kind of get through it. And I would say just the last maybe example that really has stood out for me, because we're talking about immersive experiences, it's actually from other industries too. And I had the chance to visit the Intuit Dome in LA a couple months ago, and it's probably one of the most impressive venues I think I've ever been in, because you can tell that Steve Ballmer, the Clippers organization, took this immersive concept to a whole new level. Everybody knows that kind of concept, or if you've ever been to a sporting event or some event where they kind of highlight one person on the big screen, and you see the smiles and you see that kind of connection. It's a really amazing experience, but they've been able to do that actually with every guest. And the really cool thing about it is that they've used this blend of computer vision and digital technologies and machine learning to make everybody walking down the corridor feel like their name's on the big screen. They know exactly where they're going. And it's just this kind of connection that I would say is unlike any other one that's there. And so I think at Epic Universe, every time you go there, you kind of learn something a little bit different, and that's kind of what we're hoping for, is that across the 5 immersive lands, you'll be able to find these kind of points of interaction that will really meet your need.
It's incredible. Again, if you haven't been to Epic, it's right around the corner. I highly recommend it. how do you go back to some of the older properties and layer in? Do you have some examples of how you've gone back and said, okay, Universal Studios Florida just celebrated 35 years. Some of those attractions, some of those facilities might be a little bit older. Have you had challenges going back and saying, all right, how do we enhance this or plus this up with this new technology?
Yeah, I think this concept of, in engineering, we talk a lot about it as greenfield versus brownfield, right? Designing something when you don't have any kind of things to design through is probably the best way to put it, is a much different challenge than trying to do what you said, is just to upgrade and to change things. And we've found like certain things that we've been doing is we've been picking the right pivot points to do that on. It's not kind of saying that, okay, we need to boil the ocean right away, but we want to pick these strategic capabilities that are really going to bring us a lot more value going forward. And so we're doing that actually globally. We've kind of used, we operate 5 locations right now in Orlando, LA, Singapore, Osaka, and Beijing. And we've kind of, the way that we're looking at it is we want to learn from each other. We think that there's a lot to learn from, whether it's design or lessons learned or, new use cases, new applications from different markets even. And I think that that's a little bit of the thing, is making sure that you find the right pivot points to start to introduce these kinds of new concepts and these new technologies.
It's amazing. And you talked about tuning. So your job is never done. You're constantly looking at those applications that you've deployed, those experiences that are out there, and how you can continue to refine those, both from an operational perspective, as we talked about earlier, but also from a creative perspective as well. I assume that's an ongoing process with you and with solution providers like Jeff, can come back and say, here's the next gen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's kind of the main thing to maybe just kind of rewire your brain for in technology, is just that it's going to be moving, and sort of this constant optimization is exactly how we need to design for it. And I think that's kind of where you see a lot of these concepts start to blend together. It's like, if you know you have to be designing for something constantly, and you know you have to be optimizing for something constantly, how do you make that process easier, right? And how do you leverage the technologies that are out there, like generative AI and other automation, machine learning kind of technologies, to make that a much quicker process, a much more sort of deliberate and outcome-based process?
How have you gone about educating the guest? Because obviously there's some things that they don't realize,
right?
And they just experience it, but others that it's a true touch point. And when I went to Epic, one of the things that I got excited about, which most people wouldn't, is the facial recognition on the ride lockers, because it was so seamless and just a step above, going back to the old keypads or those type of things. So, but you have to educate the guest to that process. Have you had any challenges with that, or how did your team overcome it?
I think there's definitely a change management aspect to it. It's like if you take an experience like a locker, where everybody is kind of just wired to, push a button, get a number, and then you open the locker. Trying to educate and train is something that actually has to be done very deliberately. Like, we have to use all of, whether it's our on-site team members that are helping people understand what the process is, or using our digital channels to be able to kind of let people know what to expect. I think it's a combination of that in terms of new technology introduction. One example maybe that I'll mention on that is just, for those of you that have used our Universal Orlando app, there's this whole module that's focused on mobile food and drink ordering. And one of the things that's out there now is just the ability, actually, we've gone very deep into mobile food and drink ordering at Epic Universe, because we think it brings a lot of efficiency, we think it brings a lot of choice, we think it brings that kind of a process directly to all of our guests. And being able to inform people about what the flow is and how to use it and how to make best use of it is absolutely part of the change management and the transformation that we go through.
That's great. Awesome. Jeff, you have anything you want to share on that topic?
Yeah, I think, when we see our customers operate best, it's with well-architected frameworks that allow them to create and transform digitally and test fast. And so, be it in mobile food ordering, when that changes to the next iteration of how do I improve that and make that faster and better, having that well-architected framework of splitting that data into a piece, having that historical knowledge, and then splitting the compute layers. So when you need to change one, so let's say the next version becomes, how to connect that or make my park more efficient because I know what people are ordering when, or how to improve, their location based on where that order was placed, it becomes very simple for our customers. And so I think the more that we can help our customers do in the digital realm that then translates into the physical realm, especially for a lot of these physical venues, that becomes a really strong value add, especially in the development stage and then second in the operational aspect as well.
Great, thank you. Jeff, also, AWS is known for its innovation in cloud services. What are some of the latest advancements in immersive technologies that you're working on, and how do these innovations integrate with the existing systems to enhance our user experiences?
Yeah, so I think there's really three main areas where we see our customers focus on, and the key focus for us is kind of what I just explained, which is splitting that data. And spatial data has been something that's really important to our customers, whether it's 3D models, volumetric video, LiDAR scans, or CAD drawings. It's really that foundational element that powers everything else, and everything from a customer-facing immersive use case all the way to design and development use cases. And we find a lot of times, our customers are struggling because the information is siloed or fragmented, and it's difficult to manage and collaborate on. So we always really work first to ensure that we're deploying solutions that help create that single unified spatial asset repo. And we're using classic AWS services at the base layer like S3, but then we're also providing solutions that enable it. So for example, we have a solution called VAMS, Visual Asset Management System, which allows you to very quickly stand up that spatial asset repo, plug in your data, get that data structured, et cetera, and really start to organize it. And this becomes that spatial backbone and enables all the downstream applications. So, visual effects, venue design, interactive attainment, et cetera. And then moving beyond the asset management piece, we're investing pretty heavily in technologies that blend the physical and digital worlds, like you talked about right at the start, about your daughter looking up. And I think the thing that kills me is that we have this notion that, my phone is digital and, everything else is, everything in the world is physical. I think we're starting to see great technologies that start to blend these, and we'll start to see ways in the future where, a lot of that becomes audio solutions, et cetera, and we start to leverage also the knowledge of, what's in the physical to enhance the visual. A good example of this that one of our customers actually just won an Emmy on recently was the PGA Tour. So the Tour is LiDAR mapped and created digital twins of every course that the players play on throughout the year. And then it's feeding back into all their systems. So when you're at home and you're watching the broadcast, and the Emmy was for a drone, and so it's an AR drone, and then it shows AR of the shot track. So that's fused sensor data coming off the Doppler radar sensor and the visual tracking systems that are on the course, and then showing that as it relates exactly to the hole. So they're layering in that physical element of here's the shot, here's what it looks like, and the virtual elements of showing what that shot looked like. Conversely, they're enhancing the physical experience on course. So you can take your mobile phone and hold it up, and with that visual positioning system, you know where the players are, what currently the score is. They may be 500 yards away, and you know who's on the tee. You start to see some of those shot tracers that make it so cool in your home environment onto the physical course. So you start to blend those worlds in a really unique way, and I think that we're starting to see that drive now come across all aspects of life. So with a new immersive display technologies, so obviously Meta Quest, Apple Vision Pro, Oculus. It's really driving this demand for an innovative spatial content creation. So if it's video capture, virtual production techniques, or these real-time rendering engines, all of a sudden we're enabling our customers through the cloud infrastructure and services to really start to power these next generation entertainment experiences. And there's a lot of, I think, consumer-facing opportunity that starts to become apparent in venues like parks all the way at home. And we're really helping everyone do that, even if it's on the design and development side. So If you have that spatial data plan, you're able to start to render and create those experiences before you build. I mean, you're investing so much in a physical build that you get to do once. But if you can start to move some of that iteration digitally, which we see some of our customers doing, we see a lot of enhancements and acceleration, and in the end, a much better experience when that does get built and it comes back. And I think that, you know, the underlying challenge of all this is how do I handle those large data workloads and that amount of data to create that, and then the compute that's really required. So, you know, when we talked about those, you know, the systems to basically power some of these new devices like Apple Vision Pro or MetaQuest, you know, we're seeing 12 plus gigabits per second camera rigs used for volumetric video. It's into real-time 8K per eye rendering needed for virtual reality. All of a sudden, you know, when you think about what's needed to drive those experiences, it becomes really challenging to do that, or very expensive to, you know, do the hardware. But if you could just, you know, build up the rendering instance you need, or have that data there and have it stored cheaply, that's really great. Last point I'll make is we see a lot in smart venue. So helping our customers really, and giving them the ability to create these digital twins of their physical spaces, optimizing their operations, creating seamless or personalized entertainment across. And this really comes from fusing that information off IoT sensors, surveillance cameras. We talked about the face recognition as it relates to lockers, et cetera. And transactional systems. We can start to take all that data in a centralized place and then do really cool things with it that, you know, really delight the customer, drive a really unique end-to-customer experience, make it more efficient for them to enter and exit rides, et cetera. And so ultimately, it's a pretty, I think we're at this like crux now of using that all that data and then having the compute workloads that follow you around throughout the cloud at any point where you're not limited to, you know, small instance, that really just blend and create these really cool physical virtual realms and really create a unique blend of entertainment, gaming, and real-world interactions that we've kind of, we're seeing our customers just to begin to imagine. So it's a fun point in time.
Tom? Yeah, well, I'm going to mix things up a little bit because, you know, we caught up yesterday before the panel, and it's not every day that you have a moderator that is also a veteran of the industry. And, you know, Todd, would just love to hear your thoughts as well on not only just sort of the immersive experiences that, you know, that you've done at Ripley's, but just any of the lessons learned, because I think that that's a great, you know, I think you mentioned, Jeff, design and development is a big part of it. So we'd love to hear your thoughts.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, we're dipping our toes in a little bit slower, a little more cautiously, you know, using AI in a couple of areas. But we are looking, and we're currently working on a development that will roll out later this summer, and a couple of our attractions that'll use AI that'll allow our guests, excuse me, to become a little bit closer to some of our exhibits. We have over 40,000 items in our collection, you know, across many different attractions around the world. And some of them obviously have a great value. So we want to be able to tell those stories more uniquely and allow guests to have a more personal interaction with it. And so we're working on a few things with AI to allow that to happen. So our guests have that more personalized experience with whatever those particular stories are that are in that attraction. On the back end, you know, as I mentioned, 40,000 items. Our designers are walking through a warehouse full of, you know, pieces, and it's pretty amazing. It kind of feels like Indiana Jones. You know, you're walking through crates of stuff. And of course, we've got a database, but it can be very heavy and laborious to get through. So, you know, I'm going to be looking at how do we use AI to help us find the right pieces if we're looking at a particular theme or story that we want to develop. How does AI help us do that with our existing collection, or where would we go to the next to enhance the collection? So again, it's probably a little more at the entry stage for us, but we're excited about it, and I don't see us, you know, shying away from it. But it's going to be some baby steps, I think, moving into that. But it's exciting to see where it's going, and companies and organizations like Universal and AWS kind of leading the charge on that, and hopefully we'll all learn from those experiences. that are out there currently at Epic or in other locations. And the PGA, you know, that was an amazing story. And you'd mentioned it to me earlier. And, you know, I'm already thinking about how that impacts a physical attraction. And you know, some of my attractions are the size of one of Dong's attractions. But, you know, it's something that we might be able to do and create that digital twin that guests can then interact with in a unique way. So yeah, I'm excited about it. I hope our guests are as well. Before I toss it out to some Q&A for you guys, I think I have one more question. And I'd like to hear your thoughts on what do you see is coming? What's on the horizon? Obviously, I know you guys have things that we're not aware of, but where do you see it as an industry going in terms of the next step? And then we'll toss it. So start thinking about your questions. You got two powerhouses here to ask questions for.
Yeah, maybe I'll start. So I think this concept of personalized experience is going to push people to think of ways of using more of the processing powers to do it, using more of the signals that we have available to us. So if you think about things like 5G or generative AI or computer vision or machine learning, content that's actually produced that's very much tailored to the signals that you're giving it. This actually, like as I look a couple years out, 5G's been around for the last couple years in terms of mainstream use, but there's always been this need of, it's sort of this highway that maybe we don't have all the cars set up to kind of drive on it yet. And I actually think that's what's going to come over the next couple of years, is because we're going to see so many of these different use cases that's going to force even more low latency mission critical applications that in the past can only be run on site. You do have the ability to kind of do that now with edge computing. You have the ability to do it now with these different really efficient ways to process information. And I think that that's going to be a great next step into everywhere that we can go, and just really trying to make use of the infrastructure that we've got, being able to combine a lot of these different concepts in a way that we can really, really index even more on these personalized experiences and value.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Jeff, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think the one that comes and strikes me as the most interesting lately is the unique modalities in which people are interfacing with their information. And so, for a long time, I think we've had this connected device, and it's called our phone, and that's matured over the last 20 years to the point where we expect that to be like our pure connected device where we get information. I think that's changing a lot of, again, generative AI and the speech-to-speech models. So, for example, Amazon Nova is one of our speech-to-speech models, which allows us to then interact in a complete new modality in a way that we've always wanted to or expected to interact with information, but in a completely different modality of speech. So, I mean, even on the table right now, if anyone's translating, I'm being translated, and it sounds like me probably, and I'm speaking in whatever language is your native language, which is a really incredible trait. We're starting to see also a lot of this heads-up kind of new visual technology. So I think you've started to see it a little bit, and we've had perhaps forays into it that weren't so successful with certain companies, but as we're starting to see new ways of people to present that heads-up modality, so we're not glued into that, so it's via speech or even into glasses or other aspects to provide information and really start to blend that digital physical world. So I think that's one. And the second is, again, in just how we capture entertainment in the future. We talked about this at the start, but this immersive filmmaking. So for a long time, we've had productions where it's been, the director's eye, and I get to choose exactly where you look and what you see. But as you start to see this new immersive film that's shot in 180-degree, 8K per eye VR, I get to choose a little bit my own adventure, and that creates a new storytelling opportunity that I think we're only starting to figure out what that looks like and what that can be. But it feels more lifelike, more real, more interesting. If anyone has not used and tried some of those technologies, I mean, I watched my son, who loves basketball, put on a Vision Pro, and then all of a sudden just watch the NBA action and watching his head move like this, like he would in a physical attraction. To watch the live action was incredible, because you start to understand, if I watch my TV, I just sit and do that. But if I'm in that action and I'm able to create a whole new story because I have that extra dimensionality, that's a really amazing opportunity. I think we'll see a lot in the space in the next couple of years there.
Great. Thank you. Excellent. So open it up, excuse me, open it up for questions. Anybody out in our audience would like to ask a question of Dong? I see back there, we got a microphone. Dong or Jeff?
Thank you. I had a quick question for Mr. Dong in the center. So my wife and I are going to Epic this Sunday, and I'm very excited for it. But as an IT and audiovisual specialist, one of my more annoying habits is that I always have Murphy's Law in the back of my mind. So I know you mentioned earlier that when you were designing these parks that you used the technology that had the the most efficient user interface. But I'm also a firm believer that there's no such thing as foolproof. So how do you go about with designing contingency plans for immersive experiences of this size?
Yeah, thank you for the question. You know, I think you said it spot on, right? There's no every scenario kind of a solution, and what we try to do is we try to anchor a lot of our experience on sort of the primary path, and we also make you know, part of the solution dealing with these different edge cases, as we call them. So let's say that, you know, for instance, like with mobile food and drink ordering, let's say that that's just not your thing, right? Let's say that's not something that you want to use or that you have, you know, an enjoyable time interfacing with. We do have options for you to interact with like a kiosk, or we do have options for our team members to help you. And so I think, you know, with many of these new experiences, I think there's always going to be that possibility that there could be somebody that maybe isn't into it. And we also have designed for those cases as well.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Right here in the center, we got one.
Thank you. Can you tell us a little bit about how you balance security and compliance when you're rolling out these new technologies and trying to remain operationally efficient, because one slows you down while the other one says go faster?
Yeah, so I can start on that, and then I love Dong's perspective. Security is one of the paramount pillars of our services. So, you know, if you're a multi-tenancy or single tenancy, it doesn't, you know, for us that doesn't necessarily matter. What matters is that we help you with that security and compliance in a way that, you know, we're making sure that our infrastructure is patched, things that you might have to do yourself when you're basically getting that, you know, the resiliency of the cloud, you're also getting the fact, the security of it. So we tend to make sure that's first paramount. Of course, then there is some level of implementation, and that's where we help guide our customers to make sure that, you know, we help them guide in security reviews, et cetera, and make sure that their infrastructure is designed, the infrastructure is taken care of for them, but their code and their applications are designed in a way that holds that security. And of course, we have a lot of different compliance options across all of our different storage and processing needs. But I think a lot of it comes down probably to the application itself. So I'd be curious to get your perspective.
Yeah, and I think on top of that, like one is, you know, really security is kind of table stakes. Compliance is table stakes, and doing everything. You know, that's kind of your sort of fundamental assumption is how do you design using that kind of a construct. For us, in a lot of the software that we develop, we actually have a security architect as a part of it throughout the entire process, so that any kind of functional application that we're looking at, we're always putting a lens of security and compliance on top of it throughout the design process, such that we are able to actually build that into whether it's you know, encryption or data storage or how we're architecting certain interfaces. Like that's all part of the design process for us.
Great, thank you. I think we have time for one last question. Right up front here.
Hey again, thanks for the insights, and thanks for the shout out for the Intuit Dome. I'm part of the firm that helped lead on the design. But actually my earlier comment was based on how to advocate for developer support, and even with a project that big, so I manage a integrated experiences team, and it's mainly focused on AV and IoT and BMS. Like, you know, how do you guys go about when you introduce a new technology as big as AI or something? You know, go and is it, you know, ROI? Is it customer experience? Like you're trying to advocate to introduce this huge new thing and wow your visitors. yeah, so how do you go and capture those new resources? Because it's not a small undertaking.
Yeah, maybe I'll start and welcome you both to chime in as well. I think for us, I would say AI is kind of a new way of thinking, right, about what capabilities are out there. I don't think it's sort of an initiative that you really plan for. It's the type of thing where we want people to be able to use these tool sets everywhere. So whether you're somebody working in finance or somebody working in human resources or someone working in software engineering, we want those capabilities to be available for you. So that's a little bit of like kind of maybe the grassroots approach to it. But there are some initiatives that absolutely, to your point, like if you're introducing a new solution that requires a certain level of technical expertise and technical depth, you kind of need to build that into the plan, and it's the type of thing where it really is going to force a material business direction discussion of, if we do this, we think this is the value it's going to bring, and to your comment about ROI and just experience kind of value. At the same time, this is what it's going to take to actually keep it running the way that you've designed it. So I think it's kind of a balance. One is making sure that it's sort of understood that this is sort of a new way of thinking. I think that will garner a lot of support, and then also being able to articulate like these are the sort of the technical competencies that we need to make something like that stay for the long term.
Yeah, and I think from the AWS side, we have so many different types of customers, and being, again, customer obsessed, we try to make sure that we're creating something for each. So if you're a builder who's looking to, work with our native raw services and knows how to, wants to put together those Lego bricks of those 400 plus services in a unique way to achieve your goal, we offer that. We offer guidance solutions. So for example, I mentioned our visual asset management solution. So it's like, how do I start to do that, but I have something unique I want to do as an organization. I have some builders in place, et cetera, to do that. And the third is really, we scale a lot through our partners. So you don't need to be a builder necessarily to use that. We have great partners that will come in and help you build. And we can help you there too, and make that connection so that, depending on the size of your organization, your expertise, and what's inside, we're basically able to help any type of customer start to use the cloud in compelling ways, all the way from people that are going to build to folks who are going to use one of our partners to build on their behalf and design and direct them.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Jeff and Dong, for such a dynamic and insightful conversation. I think you've whet our appetite for what's to come, and I hope that we were able to share some insights to the folks here today. From the infrastructure powering real-time experiences to the creative potential of AI and spatial computing, this discussion made one thing clear: we're entering a new era, where technology doesn't just support, but it really becomes the story. So we've heard how Universal's reimagined these guest journeys, how AWS is enabling scale and intelligence behind the scenes, and how both teams are collaborating to push the boundaries of what's possible in immersive design. And as tech leaders, we're not just building systems, we're shaping emotions and creating memories and moments of wonder. And that's a responsibility that's as thrilling as it is complex. So as you head into the rest of your week here at InfoComm, I encourage you to think boldly, to ask yourself, what kind of world do we want to build? And what kind of technology will help us bring it to life? Thank you all for joining us today, and enjoy the rest of your week here at InfoComm 2025.
All right, everybody, welcome back to AVIXA TV Live. I'm one of your hosts for this week, Ben Thomas. We're so fired up for this afternoon show. We've got Crestron, we've got Shure, we've got Fluke, we've got AMD. We're talking acoustics and conference rooms. Look, we just got too much going on today. So, look, check it out. We're excited to have you. Stay tuned. It's going to be a great one.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to AVIXA TV Live at InfoComm 2025. So happy to be just throwing off the second show of today.
Yep.
How are you feeling?
I'm ready to go. This is the second one of the day, and we've got a great guest up next.
Yes, we're super energized. So we're sitting down right now with. We want to make sure we've got everything good. You know, we're a live show. Okay. We're sitting down with Crestron right now to hear how they're driving new innovation in the Pro AV industry. Well, that's just a little bit of a highlight of what we're going to do. We're just going to go right into the interview. What do you say? Let's just do that. Okay. I am joined by the wonderful and very patient Brad Sousa. Brad, thank you so much for joining. Had so much fun doing a podcast earlier with you. My dog was all in it, and you've been just such a good sport all the way around.
No problem. I love hanging out and speaking with you. We always have a good time.
Wonderful. So we talked a lot about the 3 C's. I like how you compressed that down so everybody can really understand, what you guys are all about, content, collaboration, and control. Can you break those down a little bit more for everybody who's watching and how they form Crestron's core strategy?
Yeah, so what we did is we take a look at what are the core needs of every customer, right? On the top, they need to share information. They need to share content. They need to enable people to connect, whether they're in the room or they're remote. So they need to enable collaboration. And then, of course, they need to make every space super simple and easy to use. How do you remove the complexity so that anyone can walk in and make sure that that room is ready to go, whether it's Monday morning or later in the week? And so these are the core strengths of what Crestron provides. But more importantly, it's actually what customers need, and they have a lot of problems to be solved in that area.
So we keep hearing about Crestron's True Blue commitment. Now, what does that really mean for your partners and customers?
Yeah, so True Blue is something that has been around within Crestron for quite some time. It started first in our customer service and then tech support, and really all that was a reinforcement that we have a really fantastic team here to help you. But what we realized is we invest in so many other ways beyond just tech support and customer service to help ensure that our partners and customers are successful. We do things like we have a really strong field sales team, field technical team. We do design services, quoting services. We have a huge effort around training, especially in person and online. We just came back from Madrid where we had our Masters event. All of these are investments that we make, tremendous investments really, in the success of our partners and customers together. And we just call that our True Blue commitment to their success.
And that's vitally important, and it's really great that you guys are focusing on them at that level because, they're going to tell you what they need, and that's how you're going to figure out what solutions are going to be of best fit. I know we've talked about AI, and who hasn't been talking about AI? And obviously it's another big theme for this year. So can you tell us a little bit about how Crestron is helping your customers and ensuring that everything that they've purchased in their solutions have meaningful value, and their AI collaborative environments are really worthwhile with what they've purchased?
Yeah, so we hear a lot today about this moonshot kind of AI perspective and everyone pontificating about where AI could go. But we really focused on that Monday morning AI. How can you ensure that you deliver an intelligent meeting space where you walk in on a Monday morning and it just works for you? And for us, what that really looks like is the ability to walk in a room, one touch, start a meeting, the ability to just have a conversation and have the technology respond to you, whether it's framing you, whether it's tracking you as you're walking around the room, and do it with a high quality enough that you're getting the right transcription service, whether you're using Teams or you're using Zoom. For us, that's the important part of building infrastructure that will take you into this AI era, and infrastructure that you can continue to evolve and upgrade over time. But start now. You don't need to wait for all of these promises that everybody discusses to become real. And we're making serious steps on those right now, and you can get that value. Another way that we're focused on the AI, leveraging AI to ease the deployment, make it really easy to set up a room, make sure it's running really well and rock solid. We think that's an excellent application of AI within our industry. But at the end of the day, you have to deliver value to the end customer. And when we can take the technology and have that disappear because it just works, and deliver a great outcome with any space, that's really the ultimate goal.
Absolutely. It's music to my ears to hear someone talk about purposeful AI and not just another one of those AI panels that we've all been on.
Yeah.
And so, you know, well, expectations are rising from non-technical decision makers. How is Crestron aligning with the needs of these business leaders?
So this is something that we as a whole industry need to wrap our heads around, because end customers say, and so many non-technical business users, they're not coming to us and asking about ports and protocols.
Right.
They're just coming and saying, this is how I want my room to work. And a lot of those expectations are being driven by consumer technologies. They're being driven by their own application of AI on their own. And we're in a position where we can deliver on those experiences, but we as an industry have to focus on delivering that experience rather than focusing on talking about the wires and the ports and the black boxes to get there. And so we have really shifted a lot of our conversation. We arm our dealers and integrators with product information, but let's elevate the conversation to focus on these business outcomes, right? We're in this place where we as an industry can have a seat at the strategic table, but in order to do so, we have to show up with the right conversation.
Absolutely, and I know Crestron's got you running around. You're very busy here this year at the show, and I know you're going to be a part of Vision 2030, that panel that's happening tomorrow. So how does Crestron's 3Cs play into that long-term vision into the future, and where do you see it going in the years to come?
So I think one of the things that's really powerful about our focus on these three core pillars is that these are things customers will always need, and that it enables us to invest in these over the long term, right? We don't need to look at it and say, all right, if we build this product, are we going to get a return on investment in this short period and then move on to the next? No. We know that as we invest in our AV over IP platform, on our collaboration platform, on our control platform, the black boxes over time may evolve as new technologies come out, but that core platform will still be true. So that's where we can make our investments, but at the end of the day, customers will always need those things. And so we can continue to iterate and build on top of that in the long term. So that's a very important way for us to think about the long-term future, because you can build for the long term while you're delivering results in the short term as well.
I think that's really important. So on the show floor, where can people find Crestron, and what can they expect to find when they get to you?
Walk in the front door, and it is the big booth, right?
I saw it earlier, and it is busy.
It is. It was so busy, and it's great to see, because we work on these for months and months, and we want to just welcome all of our partners and customers to show what we're doing. But booth 2300, you really can't miss it. But it is it's really easy to find whatever you might be interested in, and guaranteed you will discover something you didn't know that we did.
That's so exciting. I'm so excited to stop by the booth,
Yep.
as well as checking out
If you
your
can get
panel.
round.
I know, if I can just
Get in.
maneuver.
We'll always make room for you.
Please
Always.
do. Well, I really appreciate you joining us. It's always so good to talk with you.
Likewise.
Really appreciate it, and sharing all of your insights with us. And if you're here at InfoComm, as we've been mentioning, make sure to catch the 2030 Vision keynote. It's happening tomorrow, featuring obviously Brad, and that's taking place at 11 a.m. And if you're watching online, don't worry, we'll be restreaming it right here on AVIXA TV at 2 p.m. So now I think Ben has something for us at the virtual set. Ben, take it over.
Well, thank you, Sam. And whenever you think about that world of conferencing and collaboration that Brad, Sam, and Sarah were talking about, there's a lot of conversations that have to happen. One of those conversations specifically exists in the actual physical conference room itself, and that is acoustics. So to talk about that, I brought on my friend Rebecca again last year, 2 years in a row. This is ridiculous. We got to talk about it again. It's great to have you.
Thank you for having me back on. I appreciate it.
You know, Rebecca, one of the places where you see clash from time to time, especially in AV design, is the conference room, because we want the fishbowl with all sorts of glass, or we want stained concrete. And the challenge with that, as any good AV engineer knows, is balancing acoustics, not only from a sound dispersion standpoint, but from a microphone pickup standpoint. How are we having that conversation right now?
It's a difficult conversation to have, practically, right? And this is one of those spaces where I understand the ideal situation is you get in early, you try to stop some of the fish bowls and the glass and the whatever, but we always know that doesn't actually happen in the real world. So the best thing you can do is understand the acoustics enough to deal with what you have. And that, and conferencing and collaboration is not a space that we tend to invest a lot into acoustics, because it's a very quotidian space, right? But we can do so many things, small things, to improve our intelligibility and ease, the ease of listening, right? It's so much easier to pay attention during a collaboration session if you're not straining to understand what's going on.
Well, look, I think it's really easy from a user standpoint whenever we're talking about remote work and collaboration, one device, one person. But the reality is when we step into these larger spaces, it's one to many, right? So you've got different people aligned in different sections of the room, different distances from the speakers. How do you build that into sort of the design process with an understanding of I've got to have different people in different places with different pickup patterns?
There's unfortunately no one size fits answer to that. However, the thing that I will say is the number one way to increase your intelligibility and make this easier is your one-to-one, right? One mic, one talker, one microphone, yes? When you can't do that, here's my graphic right here. We're gonna try to do anything that we can to decrease these distances between the speaker and the listener, and between the talker and the microphone, and that is the easiest and cheapest thing that you can do, especially when you're working with architects that are so concerned about aesthetics and stuff like that. That's the easiest sell is, okay, you know, you have this beautiful big glass room, we're going to have to do something. This is the easiest fix. And a lot of times they will work with you on stuff like that because they don't take the acoustics into effect when they're designing the rooms themselves.
Well, I'm curious, you know, we've obviously seen over the last few years an advent of technology and a lot of AI tools that really can leverage the actual tuning of the room, make that process a little bit easier. What are some of the technologies that you're seeing that people are utilizing to help make some of those experiences a little bit better?
Oh, this is where I'm going to go a little off script here, Ben. So I am a huge proponent of there's only so many things that technology can fix. There are some spaces, there are some acoustical situations where there's not a computer in the world that can fix that. However, by going back to the basics, understanding how the sound is actually functioning within the space, then we can use the tools that are available to us. Obviously, your acoustic echo cancellation when you're talking about video conferencing, those are really easy to use if you understand what they're doing. Obviously, increasing your absorption in the room, putting in reflectors, diffusers, and those can be aesthetically pleasing, right? Your architect can help with those things, and they can really improve a space for not a lot of money.
You know, Rebecca, we've got a lot of folks finding their way into the industry for the first time, many of them through the world of pro audio, but many of them not, right? Many of them engineer-minded, installation-minded, hardware manufacturer-minded. Where would you recommend that folks who are maybe less familiar with the acoustical physics world, where should they start from a resource standpoint?
Take my class. That's easy. So
you're here all week though, right?
I am here all week. I'm teaching a couple of classes. My biggest thing is learn that audio is a physical medium. It is affected by our environment. It is affected by everything. And go back to the basics. There's a couple of, look at JBL, I don't know if I'm allowed to mention it, but they have a really good book, the Sound Engineering Handbook. Philip Giddings wrote a great book. There's one on architectural acoustics that I teach during my class that lets you understand how sound works with the environment, absorption coefficient, refraction, all of that. So just find some books and start looking into it. And you will become so aware once you understand of your environments. You'll start hearing things that you didn't before. You'll start paying more attention, and then you'll learn how it reacts.
Well, look, last question. Obviously, a lot of people are having to have this conversation. Folks maybe who have stakeholders externally who live in that architecture design world who may not know as much about the acoustical side. What are some small and incremental updates that folks can make to their rooms to help really achieve that acoustical clarity?
Small and incremental. I don't like small and incremental. I like big. But I will say just maintaining current technology, right? A microphone from 1987, yeah, it's still technically the same as the mics now, but we have better control, inside. So making sure to keep your technology current, also making sure not to neglect the space itself, because what if you did put up those sound absorbers 10 years ago? As they degrade, it's going to change how they affect the sound. So make sure that you're paying attention to and upkeeping the physical space as well.
Well, Rebecca, look, you already plugged it, but you're here all week teaching and training folks. You've done a great service to the community, especially for folks who are interested in that world and beyond. Rebecca, not only thanks for coming on, but thank you so much for being a dedicated teacher.
Always. Thanks for having me.
Well, one of the folks who also was a great teacher of our industry is a gentleman named Brad Sousa, who left a long legacy behind, and we actually launched a scholarship program, and I wanted to spotlight some of the recipients for this year's award.
The things we are most proud of at AVIXA is our AVIXA Foundation that invests in the next generation of AV professionals. We've got a couple of guests with me today to talk about some of the ways that the foundation is going to be investing into our future generations immediately this year through something called the Brad Sousa Fund, honoring our late colleague Brad, who tragically passed away not too long ago. With me today are Joseph Valerio with AVIXA and Brittany Greer with Rosie Riveters. We're got an exciting announcement that we're going to be able to talk about and inform our viewers about here. So Joseph, you want to tell us a little bit about first the Brad Sousa Fund and the awards that are going to be going out here very soon.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, Mark. We're very excited to be sharing our Impact Awards this year, which are given to organizations, people, and potential partners of the AVIXA Foundation who are really changing the map of what it means to be an AV professional. They're in their communities, out there helping others see this as a viable career. They're giving them the skills that they need. And the word impact is in the fund on purpose because they're out there making that impact on behalf of our business, bringing people to us. So we're very pleased to be able to share. We have 3 grantees this year, 3 grant winners that we're announcing who have earned financial support from the Sousa Fund, and one of them is with us today. They are Rosie Riveters, they are Tech 25, and WorkSource Montgomery. And so each of those organizations will receive funds in the form of support for their programs who are helping change our landscape.
This is very exciting too. It's the first time the fund has awarded these grants. So Brittany, would love to hear from you a little bit first. What is it that Rosie Riveters does, and what are some of the ways that you are implementing change within the industry?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, I just want to say thank you. We're so excited to be a part of this. But Rosie Riveters is a nonprofit. We work to engage and inspire students in science, technology, engineering, and math. In particular, we're focused on the fact that the STEM workforce is only 28% female and 5% of it are women of color. And so we work to change that by connecting industry with the talent in their backyards and by creating hands-on STEM opportunities that build students' confidence in their kind of trajectories into those fields.
What are some of your plans for the Brad Sousa Fund, the award that you're going to be receiving? How do you plan on using that in your work?
Yeah, building on the momentum of the work that we've been able to do, right? So last year we distributed over an entire grade level of the entire 4th grade of Aurora County Public Schools in Colorado, and they explored the science of sound. And so this year we're activating that in all of the states that we've been able to deliver before, in Texas and in Georgia and in Colorado and in Virginia, and we'll deliver over 1,200 of those AV-focused hands-on STEM kits into classrooms across the country.
It's so cool because I think so many people get into the industry because of the science behind it, right? It's such a hook for so many people. Joseph, I know we have another exciting announcement here at InfoComm as well. You want to tell us a little bit about that and some of the next steps for the Brad Sousa Fund moving forward?
Absolutely. Not only have we had the honor of having changemakers like Brittany be a part of this year's cycle, but we're also announcing our campaign for next year to invite both, of course, people's recommendations for organizations in their own community. We'd love to find out more people who are using technology, digitally transforming their community and helping bring vocation to the fold in their areas. But also, we need help from our community, and that means donations. So anyone who's out there who wants to help make that change happen and help scale organizations like Brittany's and others that we're supporting, that's the best way to do it. So our campaign is officially launching here at InfoComm. We're seeking donations from both companies and people alike, and you can head right to our website to make that donation anytime you can.
Yeah, be sure to reach out to Joseph if you have any questions at all about the AVIXA Foundation, the Brad Sousa Fund. Joseph, thank you for giving us more information. Brittany, congratulations to you. Hope you enjoy the show, and we look forward to what to do with the funds moving forward.
We went viral with our information last year, so I'm excited.
It's fantastic. Yep, awesome. Well, thanks. Back to you guys.
So up next, we are joined by Caroline Brown and Jim Davis from Fluke Networks to show us how their tools and technology can help identify and solve real-world cabling and connectivity issues. So welcome to AVIXA TV.
Thank you.
How
Thanks
are
for
you both
having us.
doing?
Very Great. well.
Yeah, how's the feet?
A little tired.
Yeah.
But for good reasons. It's been a fabulous show so far.
Good. So I'm really excited to see what we've got going on here during this this interview. So to start us off, can you tell us a little bit about Fluke Networks and what you guys do?
Of course. So Fluke Networks is recognized as a worldwide leader in the certification, troubleshooting, verification and qualification of all your copper and fiber cabling that goes into networks. So in kind of more simple terms, all the Ethernet networks that are installed, they operate off of copper or fiber, and they need to be tested and certified. And then once they're up and running, oftentimes they require troubleshooting if there's a problem going on. And we do that, and we do it very well.
I'm very excited to talk about fiber today. Obviously, very popular in the industry. And what are some of the common issues with fiber optics that people may not be aware of? And why is inspection and cleaning so important to making sure everything is working properly?
Sure. So we're big advocates for educating people on kind of fiber cleanliness and fiber hygiene. And we always advocate for cleaning the end face of the fiber. One of the most common problems in fiber is contamination of the end face. And if you contaminate the end face of the fiber, that's going to impact the performance of your network. So what we have here, and we're going to do a live demo, is I've already inspected this end face, so it's clean, right, to save us time. And I'm looking at the end face of this fiber here, all right, in my fiber optic camera. And what I'm going to do here at this point is I'm going to contaminate it just simply by touching the end of my finger. And what that's going to do is it's going to transfer oil to the end face of the fiber.
Yeah.
If I don't take care of that, that's going to be a problem. But worse still, if I now plug this dirty fiber into my clean fiber, and I now re-inspect what was my clean fiber, I have contaminated the other end of that fiber.
Wow.
So it transfers. So we advocate every time you touch fiber, you inspect, if necessary you clean, you re-inspect, and then you connect. If you don't do that and you have contamination, you're going to have loss of light at that point of connection, which will result in loss of data packets, which will result in poor network performance. So in an AV world, in a video, that might be a poor picture, pixelated. In audio, that might be choppy. So it's essential that you have good fiber installation practices.
Wonderful. So that's and so how often, should you be cleaning?
We
that?
advocate every time.
Every
time you touch or handle your fiber, and don't assume that fiber out of a bag new is clean, because it invariably is not.
Okay.
And if you don't inspect and you put that dirty fiber into your network, you're now going to contaminate potentially that very expensive fiber optic component.
Yeah, you definitely want to take care of that. It's not cheap. So now shifting a little bit to copper and Ethernet cables. Can you tell us a little bit about what problems you're seeing there, and how do your tools help to solve in that regard?
Sure, it's exciting. We've been working with copper cables, Ethernet cables, Category 5, Category 6, Category 6A for many years. And it surprises me how often people say, do I really need to certify it? Do I really need to test it when I install it? They say, I have good cable and a good installer and good components. why do I need to test it? And this will be a surprise, your active equipment will tell you if it's not working. It will tell you by not working.
That's a good
Yeah.
telltale sign. Huh?
And so it turns out it's just less expensive to test the cable when you first install it. We have standards that guide us in how to do that.
So what about, so we've talked about obviously the fiber side of it. What about Wi-Fi? Do you have anything that can help on that?
Yeah, so we're all about physical media, glass, copper, and the air around us. We find more and more people are doing transmissions on the air. So we make test equipment. Caroline mentioned when you first install it, we make sure it's installed right. And if, I hope you don't have a problem, but we'll tell you if the problem is the cable. Always use pink cable. Maybe not.
That's a good tip.
Love it.
It was a good try. It was a good try. If there is an issue, you want to test the issue before you switch out the widget. Same thing applies to the wireless. So I'm going to try and do another live demo. And here is our Link IQ Duo, and it has this really interesting screen. When we're testing wireless, what we're going to test with the wireless is signal strength, interference, and saturation of the channel. You might have the interstate highway. The interstate highway has plenty of room. It's got lots of lanes. But at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there's too much traffic. This one screen on our tester will show us how busy, how much traffic there is in each one of the frequencies, 2.4, 5, and even the new 6 gigahertz. And then on the right-hand axis, it will show us the signal strength. So with a single view, we can get a good idea. Let's take a look at the overlap here. We can get a look at, is there traffic, is there signal, and is there interference from the adjacent channels? This helps us to understand if right now, right here, where the device is not working, is it the device or is it our wireless network? So that is that's our exciting new product that we're showing at the show this year.
Wow, there's a lot of other industries we wish you could work with to help streamline some traffic issues. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
No, this is wonderful. And it's very rare that we get to have a product demo on AVIXA TV live here. So
And it went so well.
And it all works
It's very rare for us as well.
And so I know all of our attendees here who can stop by your booth, they'll be able to check this out. But yeah, can you just tell us where we can find you and if you're doing anything else over at the booth that you want to highlight?
Yeah, sure. We're located at booth 7445. Basically, just look for the banner that says Avenue of Eats, and we're right underneath the Avenue of Eats banner, 7445.
It's a perfect place. Get some food, then go check out Fluke Networks. I love it.
One last thing I was going to mention, tomorrow afternoon I have a presentation where I'm going to be talking about fiber optic testing, and here at AVIXA, of course, and hopefully anyone who's interested will come and join us to learn more about fiber testing.
Fantastic.
Thank you for the shout out.
Yes.
Definitely one not to miss. Thank you so much, Caroline and Jim, for those wonderful demonstrations that worked. And everyone should stop by their booth at 7445 to check them out firsthand. Up next, Ben had the chance to sit down with Brian Donahue to talk about safety and communication within schools and campuses, and the role that AV and HD displays have in creating safer, more connected environments. Let's take a look.
It's my pleasure to be joined today by Brian Donahue, CEO and founder of Advanced Network Devices. Brian, thank you for sitting down with me.
Thank you for having me.
Can you share the story behind Advanced Network Devices, like how it all started and what's driven your evolution over the past 20 years?
Advanced Network Devices has been doing network-based mass communication the longest, longer than any other company. We started with the invention of the first IP speaker used in mass notification and expanded through the mission of building smarter ways to keep people informed and safe. Keep everyone informed, empowered, and safe is one of our monikers. So we were the first to add a clock. We were the first to add a microphone. We were the first to add a display. We were the first to add scrolling text, first to add animations, first to add flashers, gunshot detection, so many firsts. Over the years, we've grown into a leader in IP-based mass notification that everybody attempts to copy. We're driven by innovation, but grounded in purpose for what is useful.
Good stuff. Well, they say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, so you're obviously doing something right. So with the launch of the large HD IP display, what does this product say about your approach to innovation and meeting real-world communication needs?
It continues with the tradition of innovation and pushing to new heights, being the first to make an HD display with premium audio to be powered over Ethernet, multimedia capable, lively marquee bar. It's actually behind me here. gunshot detection, other detections in our Vigilar suite. We're always looking for ways to improve safety, mass notification, and information conveyance where large groups of people are, and in the most useful and suitable ways to achieve that. Being a true innovator, and this is our latest and most prominent way to demonstrate that.
And I know from my conversations with people in the industry, you know, AV over IP, Power over Ethernet, and all those kind of things, they really are at the forefront of a lot of people's minds. It gives that opportunity for flexibility, scalability, and also, you know, being environmentally friendly too. So, yeah,
Right.
that's definitely conversations I've been having too. How does your technology address today's safety and communication challenges, particularly in environments like schools and campuses?
Well, using the highest quality components and designs and using AI and machine learning to provide new levels of situational awareness and safety at schools, campuses, and other buildings, that's what we do. We have an extensive engineering team here with deep knowledge, not only in mass notification and safety in buildings, but we have a rich history of doing really high-tech products for others in really sophisticated situations like military, medical, automotive, and we apply all of that know-how and experience to achieve the best result and push the best solutions into schools and campuses.
And why is it important to you that your products are designed, manufactured, and supported in the US, and how does that impact your customers?
Originally, it was about quality control and predictability. While those are still true for us, with what's going on in the world right now, it's even more prescient and a bigger differentiator than ever. Since for those who design, make, or support offshore, there's been high variability in cost and in all of those things I just mentioned. We continue to be high quality, reliable, and predictable, and have not had to raise prices to cover impacts of offshore designing or manufacturing, since we don't do that. So we are prouder than ever to say that we're designed, made, and supported in the USA, and one of the few companies that can say that. It's been a key tenet of our existence, and we're very proud of it.
Fantastic. Well, Brian, thank you so much for sitting down with me today. Thank you for your time, and we wish you all the best for InfoComm this year.
Thank you.
A huge thank you to Ben and Brian for that thoughtful conversation, and it's so powerful to see how AV technology is being used to support safety and communication in real-world environments like schools and campuses. So next up, we are thrilled to welcome the team from Matrox, a name that's certainly familiar for our AVIXA TV audience. Joining us are Lauren and Alberto. It's so great to have you both with us. Thank you guys so much for sitting down.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thanks for having us.
How's InfoComm going for you so far?
Great. The show's been terrific so far. We're introducing a number of our exciting new products based on the IPMX open standard. Reaction has been really positive.
Yeah.
Very happy.
We hit the ground running.
Good. So hopefully you have a little time to put your feet up and talk to us today. So we really appreciate that. And now we know you've joined AVIXA TV a few times, and we really appreciate that. And it's always incredible to have you. So can you tell us a little bit how Matrox is about to be celebrating your 50th anniversary, which is something to applaud. And that's an incredible
next year. Next year.
Next year. Up and coming.
Don't push me.
Not yet.
I've been there since the beginning.
And you don't look a day over 25. So what has allowed Matrox to remain such a trusted name in the AV industry?
Well, I think the fact that we've been around for almost 50 years almost speaks for itself. But to tell you the truth, we're a company that really innovates. Survive in this industry for that amount of time, as you know, technology changes rapidly, and we love innovation. I'm a kind of a techno geek myself. I love innovation. We're always pushing the envelope. And of course, we make reliable products. We support our customers well. Alberto can tell you we've had customers.
Yeah, I mean, our customers have been around for the longest time. They've become like friends and family to us, so it's just amazing. That really proves that we really give our all out for our customers.
Well, earlier this year, our production team traveled to Matrox headquarters to get a closer look at the innovation and legacy behind Matrox. Let's take a look.
If you've worked with video in the last half century, odds are you've used a Matrox video product, whether you know it or not. So today, we're taking a trip to get to know the people behind the company, including one who was there at the very start.
Matrox was officially founded in 1976. That means that next year we're going to be 50 years old. Wow. What happened? We were the first company to make a graphics card that could drive multiple screens. Today, people take it for granted, but that was pretty innovative at that time.
Innovative and award-winning.
I think it was around 2000. We were one of the innovators in nonlinear video editing, and we won an Emmy Award.
Did you ever imagine you'd be winning an Emmy Award?
No.
Fantastic. Okay, let's jump straight in with the tough questions. Let's talk about open standards. Why are they so important, and how do they lead better innovation and more options for your customers?
Well, I mean, you only have to look as far as the connector on your phone, and the charger. A USB connector has become a standard for pretty much all phones. It's become a great standard in the Pro AV market as well, multi-purpose and so on. Also in this domain, things like the codecs that people use, H.264, HEV are the most widely used codecs on the planet. We support them in our products as well. So the open standards allow many products to interoperate and to benefit from that. And companies that adopt open standards are able to innovate while still giving users other options. So if you, like the cellular network would be a good example. So, there's been huge innovation, and many companies have taken leadership in the cell phone market. Apple kind of is one, but Samsung, others. But if it wasn't for the open standards, you wouldn't have all that competition and innovation driving the improvements in the cell phones and the reducing costs and offering more and more features to everybody.
Yeah, basically it breaks the walled garden, the walls that are usually involved in technology companies, and gives a lot of options for customers. So it's a great benefit when you follow open standards.
That's very useful. And networked AV systems, they can get complex very quickly. How does Matrox help simplify those things and while managing costs?
Well, I mean, fundamentally, that's one of the big reasons why we really got behind IPMX, because IPMX pushes something called NMOS, which is another open standard that allows things that, as we we go from this AV over IP world, everything's connected on the network, and supporting something like NMOS makes it very simple and easy for customers to find their devices, be able to connect them. If they have to ever change them, it just simplifies setting up the whole setup, the network for them. And ultimately, it helps reduce costs over time because it's an open standard. There's a lot of competition will come in. We're aware of that, but we're fine with that because we believe in innovating and always adding other added value to our products.
Yeah, another big thing to say about IPMX, it's an open standard and it encourages innovation. If you look at the Pro AV market, up until fairly recently, there are different product silos that operate kind of oftentimes in their own little ecosystems, whether it's encoders and decoders, KVMs is another one, display walls is another one, and so on. Each of these things are like separate walled gardens, but with IPMX, we're creating an open standard that allows all these different silos to actually interoperate natively with each other for the first time. We had one of our customers come to us today and say, like, wow, like that really, we had to choose like a KVM system, but then it wouldn't work with the other stuff. Now with IPMX, they can choose whatever they want as a silo, and it'll operate with everything else. That's a big thing that simplifies people's lives.
Very impressive.
And you've got a fantastic case study with TAD.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that application?
Sure. Yeah. So TAD is a world-class system integrator or AV designer or consultant, I should actually say, and they have been dealing with some of our current customers. So without getting to the names of the actual end customers, they, after coming out of COVID and the supply chain issues, their customers had a lot of projects that were delayed because they couldn't get their hands on technology and products to help put a solution together. So they really went out and searched for something. They really wanted something that was open, and they found Matrox, they found IPMX, and said, wow, this is exactly what we need. And when they looked into our actual product line to help them solve their problems, they said, well, we had, they were dealing with a very large global law firm who needed to have something that would work on a simple 1 gig type network. But they were bringing in mixed media, multi-purpose rooms where they had like laptop content or video content from cameras. So they loved our solution because our products allowed them to bring in either their computer content or their video content without having to add a bunch of converters, you know. And then they also worked with a very large financial firm on Wall Street, who same thing, who are basically looking for a solution to be able to mix their high quality studio type environments, which was using the new IP standard for broadcasts, which is called ST2110, but they needed to be able to get that content in different rooms and auditoriums and trading floors, or bring content back to the studio. So the beauty about IPMX is basically the cousin of 2110. It's based on the same technology, so it's very easy to send content around. So ultimately, you know, that's why they designed in our technology and IPMX for their customers, because it really, you know, broke this walled garden and allowed customers to use other technology that are now starting to support also IPMX. Fundamentally, in both of these cases, customers were looking for something that was open, that would grow over time, was flexible, scalable, to help solve their problems. So that's why they went with both IPMX and Matrox.
And that's really helpful that you have an actual, you know, these use cases versus just it being a concept, right? We're actually seeing a real-time application of that. So definitely everybody make sure you go and check that out and really take a look into that.
That's right. The whole story is on the Matrox video website for people who want to learn more.
Absolutely. And now you're here at InfoComm after, you know, almost 50 years. You guys are constantly innovating. So for the people who are here at the show, what are you introducing to reinforce your commitment to innovation and open standards?
So, like Lauren said, Matrox is committed to innovation. We've spent a lot of money on R&D, and we believe heavily in the open standards, so we're continuing on that path. And now we're showing a whole family of products that are supporting the IPMX standards. So at the heart of our booth, there's a brand new video wall product, or distributed video wall product called DVW. We have our brand new IP KVMs that support IPMX and NMOS and ST2110. We have our Convert IP product line. And in the middle of all that, we also have a gateway product, so people have different types of IP technology. They want to be able to still feed their networks. We allow them to easily do that. So fundamentally, Matrox makes, you know, products that are now showing how we're interoperable, how everything can work together. And so we're really bringing all the pieces to customers to be able to find a solution to their problems, because ultimately that's what we're focused on, right? Solving our customers' problems.
Exactly that. So looking ahead, can you give us any hints as to what's coming in the future?
Coming in the future, well, come to our booth and sign an NDA and we can show you the future.
Happy to.
No, seriously, we're working on a whole bunch of new things that are going to make IPMX even better and more exciting going forward. I'm very excited about it. And but if you come to our booth now, you can see what we call the Matrox AV ecosystem in operation. All these different types of products, whether they're display walls, KVMs, decoders, gateways, all working together, all interoperable on one network. So I think it's pretty impressive, but there's a lot more to do.
We'll definitely be sure to stop by, and hopefully you guys stop by for your 50th anniversary and come here and celebrate with us on AVIXA TV.
Yes, and for people here at the show, we welcome to come and check us out. We're right on the main aisle of the main entrance, booth 2821. And for people who are watching this on demand later, I welcome them to come to the Matrox video website and register to get an online demo. We offer online demos of all of our products.
Lovely. Thank you guys so much for joining.
Thank you for having
us.
us.
It's always been a pleasure.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Wonderful. So up next, I think we've got something special over on the green screen with Sam, Minish, and Ben. What do you have up for us now, Ben?
Well, Sam, it's really funny, and we didn't even plan this, but ironically enough, I remember the first time I met Matrox was about 15 years ago at a show called NAB, which is the National Association of Broadcasters. I remember very vividly how the integrators at NAB said, hey, we are broadcast integrators, we are not AV integrators.
I know.
And now many of those folks are exhibitors here at this show, and to talk about how the world has totally changed and how broadcast and AV in many cases are now one and the same is our very own Sam Minish. Sam, thanks so much for coming on.
Of course, it's great to be here. I mean, the show's buzzing, we're having a great time. Obviously, you know, we've been talking about this convergence quite a bit. It was a huge topic at ISE, it's a huge topic at InfoComm. But what's really interesting and what we're seeing is it's not just talk, right? The convergence is happening. Often you see that with the money. You know, so you've got the entire Pro AV industry. It's a massive, massive industry. You've got the entire broadcast media tech kind of side of things. And so right in the middle of that, there's this beautiful Venn diagram that really highlights the fact that the revenue and the business applications are growing very quickly in this space. So the convergence is happening. It's not just a hot topic anymore.
You know, Sam, it's funny being here, seeing brands like Ross Video, Matrox, folks like Shure, who you'll hear from here in just a second, folks who lived in that broadcast world for a long time and who really jumped across the barrier to say, you know what, we're unapologetically going to have conversations in this industry, because not only is it a great business opportunity, but there's so much demand from a usability and delivery standpoint. And what's so cool about our, I don't know, I would say maybe a world of corporate video, I don't know, maybe that's a better way to define it, is that the point of entry now is so much lower than it used to be.
Yes, very much so. I mean, it used to be you needed an entire massive, you know, TV level studio setup to get started. And now user entry points are so much more accessible, and therefore user demand for higher quality is going up. And the products that are out in the world are responding. You know, they say that when you're starting to create content, you need some really simple stuff. Sound is a big one. So thank you again to our partners at Shure. Sound is huge. If people can't hear you, it doesn't matter. The next thing you like to add is lighting, right? You can really lose an audience if nobody can see your eyes and nobody can, you know, see your facial expressions and hear what you're saying. There's so many ways that a company can get started, right, from your very standard, you know, kind of lights on sticks. You can work with, you know, our partners like at Ikan. They're bringing PoEs that are more accessible than ever. You know, you don't require as much highly specialized labor, and it's not this massive project anymore. I mean, heck, we built an entire multi-set studio on a trade show floor in 2 days. So these are the kinds of things that any brand can do, and they should demand their own quality. I mean, these are things that users are expecting at this point, right? It used to be 5 years ago, pre-COVID. You knew that the audio was going to go in and out a little bit. You knew that it was weird. You knew that, you know, if you're talking to somebody on your laptop, it wasn't going to be great. Now, with a simple mic, lights setup, you can have a great conversation really, really easily. Actually, we were talking earlier about kind of the wave of DSLR and how that opened up so many doors.
You know, it's interesting you bring up DSLRs. That disrupted the filmmaking industry quite a bit, but it also opened the door for a lot of filmmakers to find their way in the industry.
Correct.
And the transition really reminds me a lot of, look, now that we've lowered some of the price points, we've lowered the barrier to entry for so many folks, we're finding now that people are coming into the industry with an understanding of lighting, rule of thirds, basic composition, exposure, all of those things which pre-2010 wasn't really something that folks were familiar with. Now they have that expertise, they're used to pulling their phones out, all those things, and they want to take that into their corporate job or places like that, which is where a lot of folks find corporate AV or corporate broadcast for the first time.
100%, you know, and it's becoming so much more accessible, right? I mean, there is always going to be a need, and there should be a need for exceptionally high quality, high touch broadcast setups, right? Where you're really getting involved and it's an entire project that's taking you a long time and you're building out the proper studio. You're talking, you know, your mega corporate town halls and shareholder meetings where people are distributed around the world, and all of a sudden you can finally connect really easily at that high quality. You know, you've got folks like AWS that are suddenly making it really accessible. You don't have to have on-prem. You can have on-prem. That's a really good solution for a lot of different things. But there's also a ton of solutions where you don't necessarily have to have the space. We, in fact, at our own corporate headquarters, converted a conference room into an entire working studio, and we use that to create town halls and messages. We're creating education content there, and it's all of a sudden, for an association, we can actually create exceptionally high quality content, which is really, really fun.
Well, Sam, look, it's been fun to be part of the journey over here at AVIXA TV. I remember you and I had a conversation all the way in the press room, I think 5 or 6 years ago, talking about sort of the early beginnings, and I've got to give you a lot of credit for what's happened here, the investment, the size, the scope, the scale, and I can't let you respond to that because you're going to deny a lot of it. But someone else who also is very, very much important to the success of AVIXA TV is a company called Shure, who joins us now at the desk.
Thank you, Ben. From legendary microphones to cutting-edge conferencing solutions, Shure has been at the heart of innovation for a century, and they continue to shape the future of sound. We're excited to welcome Jose Rivers, Vice President and Chief Sales Officer of Shure. Welcome, Jose.
Welcome. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sam.
How are you doing? How are you feeling first day of the show?
I'm doing great. You know, the first day of the show has been everything and more that we expected. You know, we have a new booth, larger booth, and we are celebrating 100 years of
congratulations.
innovation.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations on the 100th anniversary. And you're a headline sponsor for InfoComm. So what do these milestones mean to the company?
Yeah, well, you know, not many companies are able to celebrate 100 years of existence. Actually, you know, to be technical, 0.5% of companies in the US reach that milestone.
Wow.
So it is magical for us. We have taken the time during this the first half of the year to be very connected to our partners, to our customers, and be able to be, you know, face to face with them, making sure that the celebration is not only within Shure, that is also within our partners and customers. From the point of view of InfoComm, we are super excited because for the first time in 100 years, we are headline sponsors, so you can see our Shure logo throughout the show. And you know, of course, we are not new to InfoComm. We have been participating nearly 30 years, so in those 30 years, this is the first time that we have the opportunity to be a headline sponsor. So very happy, extremely happy.
And we've absolutely loved having you as our headline sponsor and seeing all of your signage and so forth. So it's been really great. And while you're honoring the past 100 years of innovation, Shure is clearly positioning itself for the future. You know, if you didn't, you wouldn't be around for so long. So what's the long-term vision, and how does that show up in your company's direction and in your industry leadership?
Great question. Well, let me just touch on the legacy, right? So, you know, everything that we do is based on the core values of the company that was created by Mr. Shure 100 years ago. And that's about innovation, that's about the quality of audio, and that's about, you know, doing things right for our customers. Of course, you know, when you turn 100 years, you look at the future. You look into, you know, how do you pivot into that future? And what we're looking at is, you know, how do we continue to innovate, but we make sure that that innovation translates into great products that provide solutions to our customers. And that's where, you know, I see that future of Shure, making sure that we produce products and solutions that solve real issues, real problems for our customers. That way we continue to remain relevant and we continue to remain the brand to go when quality of audio, when a solution is necessary.
I love that. And you're joining the Vision 2030 panel tomorrow. And you've been also active in several InfoComm educational sessions. So why is it so important for Shure to be involved in these forward-looking conversations?
Excellent, excellent. Well, you know, it's part of what we have done for, you know, many, many, many years, which is to be involved in education. So tomorrow, we're going to have our president and CEO, Chris Shavenk, participating in that Vision 2030 panel that you have. I believe it's at 11 a.m. in the Valencia room, so looking forward to participate there and, you know, share a little bit more of, you know, within that panel. But, you know, it doesn't stop there. You know, if you go to our booth, you're going to find a lot of, you know, what makes us different from the point of view of educating the market. And when I say educating the market, it is educating our channel partners, you know, call it SIs, call it, you know, retailers, call it, you know, anybody that works with our products, or also the end users. So we focus, I don't know if you are aware, we have the Shure Audio Institute, which is a free audio institute created and developed by Shure, where people can go online or in, you know, face-to-face to make sure that they get their information in regards to technology, to products, but also how to deploy that technology. So we are extremely committed. This is part of our core values as well, making sure that we're bringing products to market but also that we educate the market to be able to use those products in the best way to solve their problems.
And that's vitally important, and we really appreciate all of the thought leadership that you guys are able to provide. And as you continue to introduce new and groundbreaking technologies, and also with the amazing legacy that you guys have, I know that you just recently launched some new technology. Can you share a little bit about what that is and your reputation for the performance and reliability that everybody's come to know from Shure?
Okay, I hope that we have a lot of minutes or even hours to talk about the new products.
You're our
because
last interview of the day, so go.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's sit down, let's get comfortable. No, you know what? We have been extremely busy this calendar year launching products. You know, record-breaking year for us for launching new products and new solutions. I can name just a few of them. Number one, we launched in January, and now we are shipping our IntelliMix room kits, and that's an all-in-one solution that has a 902, a microphone speaker from Shure 902 with a touch panel and also a compute with a switch. Very easy to set up, very easy to use, very easy to monitor the performance of that product. That's a Microsoft Teams solution, and that has been fantastic because it's helping us reach another level, you know, of the overall ecosystem on the AV/IT solution world. But that doesn't stop there. We are just launching at InfoComm our ANX4. ANX4 is a single receiver that then you can scale with software licenses to have a complete wireless solution. That works with our current products, our current high-tier wireless systems like ULXD and AD, Axiom Digital, up to 16 channels of Axiom Digital and 24 channels of ULXD. So this comes to complement in a new way of setting up and using and deploying wireless systems. What else? Well, we can talk about speakers to complement our Microsoft or MX ecosystem as well. That comes to a set of loudspeakers to complement our 902 or MXA 902. So we're talking, again, as we mentioned at the beginning of the conversation, solutions, ecosystems, to make sure that we are providing, things that people solve, real people's problem.
And giving the thought leadership that you bring to this industry, what trends are you seeing right now? Because like coming from corporate to education, those types of vertical markets, what are you seeing emerging?
Well, let's think about the top three ones that come to mind. So number one, hybrid collaboration.
Right.
That's key, is front and center. It is changing, it continues to change the way people work, the way people interact, the way people, come together as one. It is changing, and the AV portion is key to it. Also, if you think about the convergence of AV and IT and how the products and the solutions that we bring to market have to, match the standards of the AV and IT convergence. Talk about, security, talk about ease of use, talk about ease of monitoring. So that's a key trend that we are seeing. And of course, AI, we need to talk about that because, I think that changes, the product as the product itself, but also the pre-sales and post-sales portion of, that overall solution. How do people get their information? How do people solve issues that they might face with the product? So I think that it goes beyond the actual physical product.
I hadn't even thought about that from a pre-sales, how people are finding and discovering about your technology company, the story. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And just because it's such a milestone and a momentous moment, just how has it made you feel, personally, being able to celebrate this with such a legendary company? Like, how has this been for you, this 100th anniversary?
Yeah, well, what? It has been a little bit tiring because I have been traveling a lot.
I bet.
Because, being a global company, we have been out in the market. We have been traveling around the world. We have been connecting with, number one, our, internal associates, with, Shure employees. And that has been magical for me. I usually travel, but now being able to be face-to-face with them in a more relaxed environment, listening to them, getting that information about, trends, about where we need to go as an organization, that has been extremely magical. I just came back from, Asia, I was in Europe 2 weeks ago, I have been in the Middle East. So that interaction with our own associates, our own employees has been magical. But at the same time, we have been able to connect even, more deeply with our customers, our end users, and that has been also reassurance because they provide us, that feedback, that market to product feedback into, where we need to be going, what is important to them, what are the pain points that they have. So it centers you in a way that, it helps you pivot into the next 100 years.
Well, we definitely can't wait to see what is coming next in the next 100 years. So I really appreciate you stopping by. I hope everybody takes some time to go stop by the Shore booth, go to the education sessions, go to the Vision 2020. I mean, what else are you guys going to be cooking too?
And
There's going to be other things.
I think the session's also going to be restreamed at 2 p.m. on AVIXA TV as well.
Excellent, excellent. But make sure that everybody stops at our booth 2843 because this year is very special. Not only we have our products, our solutions, but we also, we talk a lot about innovation. We brought our innovation lab and we put it inside our booth.
Oh,
so
exciting.
people can go there and get a little bit of a sneak preview of, what all this technology is all about and how that technology translates into products and then into solutions. So it is inside the booth, which is fantastic. And then, of course, portion of the history of how we got there here is being displayed there. So please stop by. Booth 2843.
Yes, so our show's about to be over, so we can go head over
Okay, we'll
after
head.
that.
We'll go and have a look. That'd be a nice way to finish day one.
I know. Wonderful. Thank you so much again, Jose. We really appreciate it, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Thank you for having us here. And again, stop by. We're going to be there waiting for all of you.
Wonderful. Well, Sarah, I think we've had a fantastic show.
We have. Yeah, I mean, a couple of shows. It's a long day, right?
No. You're going to be doing this all the time with me. So Ben,
and then we've
sorry
got
about
some
that.
evening things, and I'm sure everybody's going to get washed and changed, and we're going out.
Goodness, but it's been so fun. And yes, after this, we're going to go check out the show floor and do all the things. So, what do we have that's coming up next? Well, we'll see. There's our graphic. So awesome. So be sure to join Ben, Sarah, and myself for another episode of AVIXA TV live at InfoComm starting at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. At 2 p.m., don't miss a special panel discussion, which you've heard a lot about, our 2030 vision, the future of AV, where leaders from Crestron, Diversified, Shure, and TELUS share us how they're preparing for the next decade of innovation. Then at 3 p.m., we're back again live with AVIXA TV, just in case you're not sick of us, right? And then after that, you're going to be followed by the Tech Effect at 4 p.m., featuring Pete Koman and Mark Skeen, exploring technology shaping our future.
Okay, so that's a wrap. That has been our Wednesday edition of AVIXA TV live from InfoComm. Thank you to all of our guests, our partners, and of course you, the viewers, for joining us through the day. So from Sam, Ben, and myself, we can't wait to be with you again tomorrow. See you then.
And before you go, we've got that tech effect, so make sure you stick around. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Sam. G'day, everyone. I'm Pete Techman Coman. He's Mark the Bearded Tech Scan. This is the Tech Effect live from the AVIXA TV studio at InfoComm 2025 in Orlando. Mark.
G'day, Pete. How are you?
I'm great.
Fantastic.
Great. Day one. We're pumped. We're ready to go.
Fantastic to be here. Fantastic to be seen by you, as always. Pete, how good is this stand? We have to make mention.
This is something very special.
Yeah.
AVIXA have gone all out with
Again,
their partners.
And continues to get better.
It does.
Yeah, like we did this at InfoComm last year.
Yep.
We did this at ISE in Barcelona.
Yep.
And now here we are again. We're fortunate enough to get an invite back. Not sure we'll make it fourth time, but we'll see how we go.
Yeah, we'll see how we go. We'll see how we go. But it is very professional and.
Yeah. And great to see some good sponsors on board too that have really
well,
made
to make it
happen.
all happen, really.
Yeah,
And one of our favourite people,
AI Media.
AI Media.
Yeah. I think currently translating us in German. Is that a bad attempt?
What is that? What is that? I think it's in German. I don't know. Sprechen die Deutsch? Yeah?
Stop it.
Die Katze ist unter der Lieferwagen.
Stop it, please.
That's about all I know.
Pete, on with the show. We got in on Sunday, and we have not stopped working since the wheels hit the tarmac.
That's it. Since I picked you up from the airport, we got our stuff together. We started planning, and then Monday we hit the show floor before the doors officially opened, right? So we got in here early.
Unofficially, got in. Snuck in, as we do.
That's right.
We're pretty good at that.
We snuck in because we wanted to get a sneak peek of what was happening at the show.
And we'd like to bring a sneak peek to our viewers.
We want to show people what they can expect from a show like InfoComm.
We're pretty fortunate. We actually get to go to these shows around the world, but there's a lot of people that don't. So they live vicariously. Biggest word I've ever said. Vicariously through us.
Yes, exactly right.
So we have seen some really cool products. For me, straight up.
But I was going to say, I mean, we've been busy. It's not only just obviously doing, like on Monday, we were walking around the show floor.
Filming. Not filming.
Yes. Creating content. That's what we do. That's our job.
Yeah, and we did. Actually, you've had a little bit on too, Pete.
Had a lot on.
You've
too much on.
Just a little bit.
I had trouble saying no.
I'm going to have to be like your PA, Pete Coleman's PA. So what you had something on yesterday? What was that?
So
AVIXA event actually.
I was hosting the AVIXA AI track.
Okay. And how did that? What was that all about?
Obviously
AI, but
sure, it was a combination of AI and a little bit of conferencing and collaboration. And we had some great presenters there. It was an all-day event, so it started at 8:30, went right through to 5 o'clock. And there was a guy that came in, Jim Misty, I think his name is. He's an artist, and he was showing us how he uses AI to create all this art.
Really?
And it was really, really, really cool stuff. I mean, and then we had a number of panels throughout the day.
Sorry, could we just touch on that?
Sure.
So he's using AI to create art.
Yes.
His art, it's not AI art. What's the differentiation here?
Yeah, no, he was talking about, he's an artist sort of by trade.
Sure.
As such. Right, but he was leveraging technology. So he creates content, he creates artwork, clients, digital signage kind of content, things like that.
Yeah.
But what he was saying that he was using the AI for was to actually create ideas, concepts as a starting point to sort of go back to the client and say, look, this is what we're talking about. This is what we're thinking. This is kind of the vision, that kind of thing.
Trying to visualise. So there's a lot of key prompting in that too, obviously, for him to be able to go, this is where I want to start, give it context. Yep. Using ChatGPT out of interest? Or?
Oh, that was the thing. He was using various tools.
Okay.
So he would use different platforms for different scenarios, and then he gave some examples of where he put the same command in to different platforms, and it produced 3 different images.
Results, completely different results.
Well, they were similar, but I mean, you're getting different results.
Yeah, it's interesting because AI outside of Pro AV is just so focused around ChatGPT, right? Everyone just goes, "Oh, ChatGPT, I know AI," and you go, "Whoa, man, this is so much bigger than that."
It is. Yeah, so much more to it. And he gave an example of a real world photo that he took of an eclipse, right? And then he turned around and actually asked an AI agent, one of the platforms, to actually create the same image.
Yeah.
And it was very similar. It was very cool. Similar. Yeah, it was pretty awesome.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. And so you've also had something else on today, Future Trends.
Oh, that's right. So hosting the Future Trends track on the stage here. Forecast. Trend forecast.
So, what did you get out of that? Well, you hosted that, obviously. So
I was moderating the panel, and we had, once again, some great panelists on there, and we were talking about, look, it's hard. You can't sort of take 3 steps without talking about AI, right, at the show. It's everywhere.
Oh,
it's baked into nearly everything. It's in nearly every conversation that we have.
Yeah.
Right. And so there was a lot of talk about that. how AI is being used in various ways. And we actually had a guy there from Google, which was really quite interesting.
Right, yep.
So he was giving us some insights as to how Google, I mean, because obviously they have their own platform, their own engine,
Yeah.
and he was giving us some insights as to how they're using it.
Yeah. Can you expand on that?
No, what he was saying is that they're experimenting with self-healing solutions. So if their systems go down, how can the system self-heal itself? So if you lost communication, for example, with you had two products talking to one another, one goes offline, what can they do to try to self-heal that?
Wow.
Right, so doing diagnostics on the fly,
Yeah.
and then depending on what came back from those diagnostics, it was like, what's the remedy for it?
Wow.
And obviously some things is hardware, right? And it just dies and you can't do much. But other things, it could be a flow-on effect from a change that someone else made somewhere. So it was just quite interesting. The whole idea of it is obviously to try to create more resilient systems, right, by self-healing.
So AI is then actively predicting the...
Well, whether it's predicting, I mean, that's one thing, predicting, but also constantly monitoring, and based on what it's seeing, it's then making adjustments. So that was really cool.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
All right.
So we got to see a bit of the show floor before the doors open, and obviously this morning we've been walking around and checking out a lot of good things. What have you seen? what has caught your eye?
Do you know, I actually posted about this on LinkedIn on the Tech Effect channel yesterday. I'm literally walking down just the edge aisle, and it caught my eye was a speaker bollard.
Speaker bollard caught your eye?
Bollard speaker.
Right.
Not sure which one it is.
Right.
Just don't back into
So
it.
it was a big bollard.
It's a bollard, and they've done it's from Theory Professional, I think they were called.
Okay.
Yeah, and so effectively they've taken their 6-inch 100-volt line speaker, do low impedance as well, 16 ohm I think it is, and do 100-volt line and 70 ohm for 70 volt for those in America. 100 volt for Australia, and put it in this casing, and they presented it really well. It's like they presented this little.
So is it more like a commercial product? Okay.
Yeah. We've all seen a lot of these garden speakers, right? But this kind of took my eye because it was a little bit different, because it was a bollard, right? And it actually sounded pretty decent.
Nice.
So I'm listening to it going, that actually sounds all right.
I don't think I've ever heard a decent bollard.
Well, I've run into plenty, and it's normally me speaking to them when I'm cursing at them. Yeah, so that was just unique, I thought, and in a world, in audio, it's kind of like a speaker's a speaker, isn't it? So, or not, but you're getting sound, producing sound. It's just the quality of it. So,
and it's serving a dual purpose, I'm guessing. It sounds like it. Is that what it was?
Well, I don't know whether you want to run into it.
Actually doing
I don't know whether you really want to run into it. But I think the car would win in that. No big yellow scrape mark that you do in normal bollards.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Anyway, so look, that was me. I thought that was awesome. What about yourself? What did you find?
Well, we went to the Motors VR stand this morning, right? And we were talking to the guys there, and I tell you, it's funny. I think they're going to have to change their name.
Yeah. Why?
Well,
I'm glad you asked, he said.
Because they have, I think a lot of people are aware of Motors VR and what they do, and if not, Motors VR is a virtual reality AV design platform.
Yeah.
Right? I use it myself. I use it, I wouldn't say on a daily basis, but I would use it on a weekly basis.
Yeah.
And it is amazing at creating, well, when I say concepts, I use it at the concept design phase. So we're talking to the client, we're talking to the architect, and we're like, this is the vision that I have in my head for this space. And in the past, you've had to use maybe, SketchUp, or even design it in Revit and then do all these renders and so on, right? But to be able to put this headset on and design a space in no time and just drag and drop AV equipment. So they've got a library of AV equipment in there, and furniture and walls and doors and all kinds of things. But to be able to drag all that in there and present that to the client and say, hey, this is what I'm thinking. And then you could look at it and say, oh, well, yeah, that screen looks a bit big or a bit small, or can we move this? And you just, on the fly, and they get blown away, because I'll do the...
So you're using the VR headset.
I'm using the VR headset. So
What's the client doing at that point?
They're just watching the output of that.
On a screen?
Yes.
Gotcha.
So I just output it, so I'm in the virtual space,
Yeah.
and I'm moving around and moving product and that kind of thing. And then they're seeing, whatever I'm looking at, they're seeing. And there's other modes, there's other ways of doing it, but that's the way that I do it. So I just have to make sure I don't move too much, right, to make them, so there's no motion sickness.
Yeah.
But, so that's been around for the last couple of years. I think they debuted at this show at InfoComm in Orlando in 2021.
Yeah.
And they were a super hit. I was so interested in the product. Obviously, I've since then started using it.
Yeah.
And now they've actually stepped it up through feedback that they've got.
No doubt feedback that you've given.
Oh, you know me, I'm not one to really share my opinion.
And the crowd goes
Maybe
wild.
once or twice, maybe. But they were getting feedback that, can we do this without a VR headset?
Yeah, because you travel a lot.
Yeah.
So that's a decent.
Well, I take it wherever I go, because I never know when I need
item.
to use it.
Yeah, and it's not square. So it's
No,
not
that's
easy
right.
back.
It's got you've seen the container that it's in. So I
Yeah.
travel with it. So now they have a non-VR version. Hence why I'm saying, are they going to change their name from Modus VR to Modus?
That's the story. That's how we got to here.
Because it doesn't necessarily have to be virtual reality, or you don't need goggles necessarily to actually design it.
Sure.
And not only that, they've also just recently, in the last couple of weeks, upgraded the fidelity, the quality of the renders. It already looked great, but now it looks
epic.
slick. It's epic.
Yeah,
it really is. So.
That is super, super cool.
Yeah.
And I looked at it and went, it's a great way to consultants and those who are trying to be consultants to just show their clients what's going on and lay the room out. It's just,
that's the thing. I mean,
and fast.
As you know, I've got a lot of things going on in my head, right? And it's hard to get that out.
Yeah. Yes.
It's hard to get that vision out and demonstrate what I'm actually thinking.
Communicate that.
Communicate. That's it. Yeah, it's a big problem.
Yeah.
That's a big problem.
That's
What else did you come across?
Well, look, Pete. There was a real clear standout today, and I'm really excited today because.
Why are you excited,
Well,
Mark?
we've got a special guest that's going to.
I thought I was. No.
As much as I love to,
Really?
hang around you for 3 days. It's only like it's day 3 of day. It's day 3 for us, right? It's day 1, but it's day 3.
Right.
Look, we've got a great special guest that's coming on. Here he is. He's already on this. He's already there, isn't he?
He's ready. He's ready to go. He's ready to go. He's like.
I'm going to have a crack at this. Head of Global Strategic Alliances. Is that the official title?
That's what they tell me.
Mr. Dan Root, mate.
Yes. Good to see you, gentlemen. Good to be
too.
here.
Great to have you on the show.
Where's
Thanks
he
for coming.
from? You haven't said where he's from.
Sorry.
It's just some random guy that was walking out.
I'm the head of alliances of myself.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Barco, right? The big name, Barco, mate. So, thank you for coming on the show.
No, thank you for inviting me. This is awesome. I got to say, a ton of activity going on today. I mean, as I could hear from your day, it sounds like it's been about as busy as my day one has been. So.
And we didn't even get through half of the things that we saw.
Yeah. That's right. We've seen like a dozen products, and we've talked about 2. But as I said, the clear standout that was pretty epic was the Barco ClickShare Hub. Now, just circle back or go back down memory lane a little bit. Barco, I want to say, I practically invented wireless presentation. Like you've had patents on this stuff forever.
Yeah, it's coming up on 15 years.
Yeah, yeah, and then you evolved into ClickShare or CX, and now you've got the Control Hub. So look, just take us back and walk us through this evolution a little bit.
Absolutely. So we brought out ClickShare Conference right at the time of COVID, actually. And we'd been planning and working on it for a year prior to, so the timing aligned there. strangely enough. And so conferencing was, hey, we can share the screen, but we're doing a lot more hybrid calls in general. We're doing a lot of point-to-point meetings. We need to be able to take control of the peripherals as well as be able to share the content. And so wireless conferencing is really just being able to drive any call you want or any workflow that you need off the laptop as the center of the workflow. And so we've had the CX20, 30, and 50 out now for a few years, but there was still a gap. You know, I think if you talk to end customers and you go out there, they say, look, we love whether it's a room system or whether it's our approach, but we find that there are some gaps in between this. And so I actually came to ClickShare, working with them externally prior to as a Wayne House research analyst, and then joined the team full time around the idea of we really should bring together these two value propositions. You should have the flexibility of a BYOD space with all of the support, management, and ease of use of a room system. And so over the last 2 years, we've been making some announcements with a certain key partner around being able to do things like BYOD within the room and enhance BYOD with Microsoft Teams so that now as soon as you plug in a ClickShare button, you're recognized in a meeting room, you're recognized with the proper facilitator agents, the proper translators, things like that. And so this is the next step in that evolution, which is we're bringing together the value proposition of a room system with the value proposition of BYOD and wireless BYOD.
And I really think even the CX20 and the CX50 was a huge step forward because like you started with just sharing the screen basically, right? And then it was like, well, like you said, the whole evolution of a meeting space changed. Like obviously suddenly USB comes into play. There's a lot of USB. So it's like, well, I don't want to just share my screen. I actually want to connect to that camera, that speaker, that microphone. And you were able to do that with the CX20 and 50 solution. And that was, as I said, a huge step forward that you could actually transmit USB wirelessly. It was fantastic. And then to be able to step it up again, and with this new hub version that you have, right, I think it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
It's laying the groundwork for what I think is the next generation of the workflow in the meeting space, which is it should be seamless. It should be ready for me to ask it to flex however I need it to. It needs to be out of the way. The technology needs to be as simple as possible. I don't want to learn a new experience to get the workflow done. There needs to be, I need to learn one experience, bring it to every single room that I possibly can. And that's why we are back to our hub or our core modular approach to the room with these products, because we really believe that there are a lot of different variations to the rooms as far as what cameras you might need, which microphones. You gentlemen were just talking about some of the advancements there, but we think that at the core of that is still the same experience. And so that's what we're trying to build towards. So at launch, we have the ability to screen share into a Teams environment or into a room system environment. And then we will bring out a firmware update here shortly after that will bring that conferencing flexibility to these units that we're introducing today.
Now, I believe, I mean, once again, barcode or ClickShare has been synonymous with the button, right? And I believe that, and obviously in the past, you know, the button, you know, depending on your computer, your company you're working for, you know, there's been security. Like, you know, some companies don't allow you to plug any USB device into your laptop. And now I believe you've got a new generation of buttons with this new platform. Can you tell us a little bit how does that work and how is it different from the previous versions?
Certainly. So over the years, we've had a couple different variants on how we connect to the laptops. And well, on the current buttons today, you don't need to download any drivers to be able to connect. It does show up more as a USB hub when you plug in, which can be turned off by the enterprise. So this next generation is going to leverage the DP Alt mode functionality, which is fantastic for things like iOS, Mac users. It just makes it so simple to just be an extended display into the space. So we are going to align with that. We'll still give you all of the features if you want, the enhanced feature sets of ClickShare. All of that will still be there. We're not moving away from our bread and butter, but we're trying to expand and simplify all of the edge cases, which is I'm a guest, I really don't know your space, I'm not on your network, I don't want to have to download or do anything.
That's
I
it.
just need to
I know.
share this one picture that's on my laptop
Yep.
into this call.
Yep.
Yeah.
How do we get it done?
Exactly.
So we're moving in that direction, which will help to solve for some of those edge cases there. And then we're also bringing 4K transmission wirelessly to click share with these buttons as well,
Yep.
which will allow for really great high definition, low latency video experiences within the space, and really taking advantage of the investments you've made in those devices to make sure that no matter what type of call you're using, you're getting the value back from that camera, those microphones.
Awesome.
So that's a complete change in technology in the button? Is that what's happening from the CX?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it is a different button. They are not backwards compatible because of some of the changes we're making. But the buttons are they already have Wi-Fi 7 within them and things like that. So they're really well prepared for the next generation, shall we say, over the next few years of what else we'll bring out to accompany these hub units.
Well, effectively, it's like plugging a monitor into it. That's all it's doing.
Yeah.
It's using
Yeah, that's-
the video side, right? It's going,
Yeah.
well, hey, we're just extending the screen
Yeah.
wirelessly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and so the peripherals aren't there available as yet in the current
For
model,
the initial
current firmware?
for the initial ship here towards the end of the year, those will be casting mixed with the room system to start, and then like I said, our first firmware update that will come out will bring that conferencing capability, which will then give you the ultimate flexibility within the space, which is, hey, my IT team can manage this, provision this, make it super simple.
Yeah.
But when I happen to, let's say we're in finance as a vertical, there are some very unique, not unique, but very proprietary video platforms in that industry, as well as within medical. And this just allows you to say, I can still use this room to get that call done without having to learn a new route or guest joining or using leveraging a more widely deployed solution like a PEXIP solution, which is a fantastic way of platform calling, but still there are certain platforms that are just not listed within that solution, and we're able to then solve for them.
So if we can talk a little bit about the device itself, right? I mean, so there's a couple of different components, and correct me if I'm wrong, we have obviously the dongle, the puck, right, that plugs into it.
The button.
The button, oh, sorry.
The Belgians will not allow me to live it down if I do not correct
the button.
That's the button.
Okay, all right. The button, and you've also have your own touch panel as
Correct,
well, right?
yes.
So you've got the touch panel, but where all the magic really happens is really a device that would rarely get seen. It's really probably typically going behind the display. We had a look at it today, and obviously you can hook it up to the network, right? So we have network connectivity there, but it's also got a number of USB-A, USB-C ports in there. So really it becomes a bit of a hub for the room as
Correct.
such. And the beauty of it, because you're able to wirelessly connect, whether you're just sharing the display or USB, and connect to all the peripherals that are typically at the front of the room, suddenly we don't have to necessarily get a cable from the table to the display, and we're not drilling core holes, we're not trenching the concrete, and that's all expensive,
Yes.
right? So you're really solving a huge problem there, right? And actually saving money at the same time.
That's really the goal, is how do we integrate these value propositions into a way that's still flexible for deployment, easy for the customers to adjust to the different size spaces they have, but addresses everything that's going to go on in that space.
Yeah.
So we have absolutely the Pro unit for us. It supports dual displays, outputs and things, which will just help to bolster, again, that flexibility of being that hub, that center of the room.
And one thing that I don't think we've really sort of focused on enough is the fact that I don't need a PC in the room, right? It can all be driven from this one device. So suddenly I actually have less boxes, I've got less cables. Basically, essentially you could have the ClickShare hub behind the display, an all-in-one soundbar connected to it, job done.
Not to mention, coming from an integrator, there's a really cool bracket.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's a really cool bracket. Turn, click, bang, it's in behind the screen.
We have a similar mounting bracket that actually is for our CX30. So if you happen to have a CX30 and you want to upgrade to the hub, you just twist off your CX30, pop in your hub, connect the plugs, and off to the races you go. So we tried to keep some similarity between the generations to make those deployments, those upgrades within the space, because we do have a lot of customers already saying, okay, this is what I've been waiting for. How do I get in line for it, and how do I take advantage of this?
And I believe you got two models. You got the Core and the Pro.
Correct.
Right? And the Pro supports 2 displays, yeah?
Yes. The Pro will come with 2 buttons out of the box. It supports the dual display output. There are a few other little accoutrements in there as well for more of the medium to larger spaces, and the core unit is a little bit more targeted towards our small to medium spaces. And you'll see over the course of time as we work towards certifications and things like that with the vendors that are out there that we're going to operate with, we will of course have certified peripherals that then bring together that end-to-end solution. And as we always are with ClickShare, we're very ecosystem centric, and our program around the alliances is one of our strongest value propositions in the market. And so you'll see that same sort of dedication to the partnerships and making sure that we have multiple different offerings to suffice for the customer there.
Yep.
Yeah, wow, that's awesome, mate. Dan, mate, thank you so much. It's a really great product. Look, if you're at the show, you need to swing by the Barcode booth. You need to go and have a look at it. Like, it's everywhere on your booth. Yeah. Well, it's taken up just about half your booth, I think. But look, we've got to wrap up.
Yeah, that's right.
We've got to wrap up.
I will. Yeah, I do believe that if you're at the show, you really need to see this product, right? And it was only announced last week, I believe, right? So it's great that you've actually got it here. I believe shipping in August.
Shipping towards the end of the year.
Towards the end of the year? Okay.
Yep.
Perfect.
I can't share a final date for you right this second.
That's all right. But it is, you've got it working, it's on the stand, and people can see it in action.
Absolutely. You go test it, and you'll also see it from here on out. Anywhere that you find Barco or ClickShare showing, you'll see the hub moving forward. So it'll be out and around. So if you're not here at InfoComm, no worries. We'll find you here shortly.
All right. Thanks, Dan. Good on you, mate. Thanks for coming on the show. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me, guys. And have a great rest of your week.
We will. We're going to. Yep. All right. Let's go. Time to wrap up, Pete. Tomorrow, we are back.
Yes.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
That's it.
4 p.m. I think it's 4 p.m. Is
4
that
p.m.
what time?
That's it. 4 p.m. tomorrow.
So, look, thanks for coming on the show, guys, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
That's it. Sounds
Bye
great.
for now.
All right, take care.
With AI-driven voice translation, AI Media makes seamless global communication a reality. Introducing Lexi Voice. In a world that's more connected than ever, language barriers still limit communication. Lexi Voice eliminates these barriers, delivering real-time translations across the globe. Seamlessly connecting viewers and attendees, Lexi Voice ensures your content speaks their language, whether on-site or at home. Over 70% of the world's population speaks more than one language, yet 80% of online content is still inaccessible to non-native speakers. Lexi Voice empowers you to expand your market reach, grow your audience, and increase revenue. Ready to connect with the world? Visit AI Media's website and experience Lexi Voice today.
When you're responsible for campus-wide or enterprise AV, you need a solutions provider who handles it all, from signal distribution to intuitive room control. Meet Atlona, your strategic AV partner, combining cutting-edge signal distribution, control, and collaboration tools under one banner. We create the solutions that power your success. To learn more, visit www.atlona.com.
Broadfield Distributing is a value-added distributor of live production, streaming, video editing, and storage products. We only sell to resellers. We are always looking for new dealers, so call us at 1-800-634-5178 or email sales@broadfield.com. You'll like doing business with Broadfield because we make it easy to do business.
Hi everyone, my name is James Tian, CEO of Ikan, and I'm excited to welcome you to InfoComm 2025 in Orlando. Our booth this year is 7760, and there we will be showcasing the latest in broadcast technology, and most importantly, the convergence of our broadcast technology into the AV world and the AV workflow. What that means is that we will be showcasing our entire line of power over Ethernet lighting. A single RJ45 cable is simultaneously powering and controlling a suite of lights designed for broadcast excellence. Next, we will be showcasing a brand new product called the Studio Rover. It is an all-in-one mobile broadcast solution. In close partnership with Bigfoot Mobile, we will be showcasing this product, which essentially is a mobile AV cart, and mounted on top is a motorized pedestal and a teleprompter system with PoE lighting. So imagine an all-in-one studio in a box. And last but not least, we are showcasing a suite of NDI-enabled monitors and teleprompter systems. At Ikan, we are forward-thinking and leading the convergence of broadcasts into the AV world. What that means is the deployment of power over Ethernet technology, NDI, as well as automation through our partnership with QSys. We are excited to see you at InfoComm 2025. Thank you.
Most of us expect life to run smoothly. But we don't stop to think about what it takes to make that happen. Most of us don't have to. We forget about the people up and moving before our alarms go off. The people behind the innovation and logistics, the creativity and the know-how. The people who connect rural communities with essential services, who work tirelessly to build, connect, power, and protect our lives. But the world isn't always predictable, and unexpected challenges demand creative solutions. We rely on those willing to brave intense environments and gather the resources that fuel our daily lives. We don't have to wonder about the ins and outs of life, because that is what Wesco does. We provide innovative supply chain solutions every hour, every day, all around the globe. Our people roll up their sleeves and help create a world you can depend on. Focusing on the details, the challenges, and the unexpected, so that you can live life uninterrupted. Wesco. Ingenuity delivered.
Is this what your standard Zoom or Teams remote coaching session looks like, where you are just stuck in a corner? It's time to transform your remote meeting with Reactive Pitch and take your coaching sessions to the next level. Reactive Pitch makes you part of the presentation and helps you stand out. With Reactive Pitch, you can present one file at a time, combining you, your brand, and your content into a perfectly balanced view. Change perspectives anytime and own the spotlight. Don't just show the content. With Reactive Pitch, you can ink, highlight, and interact with your content, creating an engaging remote coaching experience and help your audience focused. And guess what? You can even showcase mobile devices to demo an app and present content straight from your phone. Record any message and share it by email or social media. Best thing is you don't have to change anything. Reactive Pitch works with your existing video conferencing platform. Just click Screen Share and pick Reactive Pitch instead of the content file. That's it. Get started today with our 30-day free trial. See how easy it is to make your remote coaching come alive with just a few clicks.
What if you could have an effortless Microsoft Teams room solution with Sure's best-in-class audio, auto-configured for you with intelligent video? Now you can with IntelliMix Room Kits from Sure. Ready to deploy, easy to use. For richer collaboration, powered by high-performance audio and enterprise-level security and management for small to large meeting spaces. Now let's get your whole team together.
Most of us expect life to run smoothly. But we don't stop to think about what it takes to make that happen. Most of us don't have to. We forget about the people up and moving before our alarms go off. The people behind the innovation and logistics, the creativity, and the know-how. The people who connect rural communities with essential services, who work tirelessly to build, connect, power, and protect our lives. But the world isn't always predictable, and unexpected challenges demand creative solutions. We rely on those willing to brave intense environments and gather the resources that fuel our daily lives. We don't have to wonder about the ins and outs of life, because that is what Wesco does. We provide innovative supply chain solutions every hour, every day, all around the globe. Our people roll up their sleeves and help create a world you can depend on, focusing on the details, the challenges, and the unexpected, so that you can live life uninterrupted. Wesco. Ingenuity delivered.